Basketball on a Saturday afternoon in Fremont County as the CWC women get ready to take on Eastern Wyoming College here tonight. And I've got to stop this before I have it play over the top of everything we've got going on here.
That might be a good thing.
Yeah, it's a very good thing to stop, not to play two things at once, you know, in 10 songs all at once, but
well, the request lines were open.
Nonetheless, we are getting ready for Central Wyoming College versus Eastern Wyoming College. Second time around in Region 9, Eastern won the first one fairly handily. Central 5-17, 1-8 in the conference, and I guess to add to that, the one of the 1-8 coming, you know, he always comes at a good time when you need one.
Well, we're on a one-game winning streak, let's put it that way.
They finally got that W, beating Western Wyoming College on Wednesday night.
Rather handily.
Yep, and a double-digit win there, and now taking on the Eastern Wyoming Lancers, who are 6-3 in the conference, 13-10 overall. They have won 4 in a row.
And they're trying to get one of those top 2 spots, and if they do, they're a team that easily could end up playing in that first round of the regional tournament.
Right now, sitting at 6-3, tied with Sheridan for third, is Eastern Wyoming, with both Gillette and Casper at the top of the conference at 8-1.
I was thinking Western plays Casper today, but I guess that's a good game on the guys' side.
Yeah, that's number 13 in the country versus 14 in the country. Girls' side, number 17 in the country against
versus a number I can't count to.
An 0-8 basketball squad.
0-9 actually, I think, aren't they now?
No, they are 0-9, you're right, because we've played 9 games. They are 0-9 in the basketball wars. Central, as I mentioned, 1-8 after having beaten Western. So coming up in just a few, we'll have our pregame interview with the head coach, Lindsey Fearing, talking about her team being as full strength as they're going to be, I think, for the remainder of the season. I don't know if they'll get Lonnie back
I don't think so. I think that's been determined, I believe, already.
And so I think what they've got out there right now in their 9 girls is what they're going to have to play with. And that illness has swept through. They're done. They're on the mend. They're all coming back, trying to be a little bit healthier now.
No road trips to China, we're hoping.
Exactly. It took me a second to see where you were going with that, but get it going there. So we'll take a look at starting lineups in a minute. Also, 25th meeting between these two teams, and I guess I don't pay attention to a lot of things around me in life because I didn't realize that they brought basketball back in 2007 on the women's side. Their men stayed and played through, but their women had almost the same hiatus that CWC's women did.
Which is odd almost, because in the age of Title IX to be able to do that, and you had to have the volleyball sport, which they obviously didn't have a men's sport answering for that, so they were able to do it.
Yeah, it's just interesting. Tom Anderson is their head coach. He has been their head coach since they brought basketball back in 2007.
Not as long as the volleyball coach was there.
No, not as long as Burl Petch was there on the volleyball side for certain. But then on the flip side of that, he is also their athletic director, is Tom Anderson. And on top of that, he coached our Sarah Watson in Chadron when he was a coach there. So ties all over the place.
I'm just curious if he give himself a raise.
Yeah, you might have to look into that. But again, other games today, Sheridan is at LCCC, and it is Gillette at Northwest, and Casper is at Western. We will keep track of those games.
None of those games on paper looks like a great game.
You know, Sheridan at
that's the closest.
Sheridan at LCCC, but LCCC on the last couple of games has not played well at all, as they were just handed their hiney to them by Eastern in both men's and women's on Wednesday night. So
this is where I go, woof.
See where LCCC comes in against Sheridan today at home down in Cheyenne. Stay with us. The pregame show continues. We will have an interview with the head coach, Lindsey Fearing. We'll get you the starting lineups, take a little bit of a look at some history perhaps being made today, the history between these two teams, and more. This is your pregame show on 88.1 Rustler Radio. We'll be back with a coach right after this. Let's get you your starting lineups here this afternoon from Central Wyoming College, and we'll start with the home team here today as Lindsey Fearing is in her second year as the head coach. She is assisted by Jordan Bishop, and we'll get you their starters here in just a minute when I'm done messing around with the...
I have them here if you need them.
Well, I've got them. I'm just making my score sheet.
I have the old school ones. They're here on the horn book as they
fit to what I need them to do. And one more click and we will have it taken care of as starting lineups for Central. And mentioned a little bit of history before, and a lot of people asking me this question walking in the hall, the scoring table asking me this question: how close is Essie Latu right now? Essie is now number 2 on the modern day leading scoring list. She passed Courtney Patterson in Courtney's gym last week at Western. Courtney Patterson, an assistant for Western Wyoming. She is 16 points away from tying Palani Tarawa for the modern day leading scoring numbers.
You know what's interesting about that, though? Nobody would have known about that except you going back to the books to compare this. So you basically were the cause of people bothering you.
I'm the cause of a lot of things bothering me as well. And I guess, and like I said, I'm kind of a geek. I like to know this kind of stuff, and aspiring sports information director one day, if you will. But number 2 is Essie Latu, the 5'10" sophomore, averages 20 points, 4 rebounds per ball game. She is number 1 in Region 9 North in scoring. She is 19.9. Kobe Hawaii from Gillette is 19.8, just 1 point, essentially point behind her.
In fact, she actually outscored her in the last game here, but that's about the only good thing we can probably say about that game here.
Unfortunately.
And I think, didn't she just have 8 points in her last game as well?
I think 10 against Casper,
The 2 very low-scoring games dropped her below.
Definitely. Essie Latu, though, out of Queensland, Australia, has a game-high 34 as a Rustler. Also starting today, number 3, a 5'8" freshman from Syracuse, Utah, a 2-sport athlete for Central, playing volleyball and basketball, averaging 5 points, 4 rebounds per ball game, is Peyton Williams. Number 11, back in the lineup on Wednesday after she missed 4 games on concussion protocol. The 5'8" freshman from Wyoming Indian High School, averaging 5 points, 3 rebounds per ball game, is Siona Astorga. Number 15, a 5'11" freshman from Aurora, Colorado, 2 points, 6 rebounds per ball game, is Abby Sparks. Did not play the first time around against Eastern because of some complications with her diabetes. But Abby Sparks back in the lineup today. And after missing 10 games, she got to play on Wednesday night and actually played Saturday against Gillette as well. This will be her 3rd game back. The 5'8" redshirt freshman from Lander, Wyoming, number 22, is Jade Ware. So it will be Latu, Williams, Astorga, Sparks, and Ware, the 5 that start for the Lady Rustlers. Head coach Lindsey Fearing in her 2nd year, assisted by Jordan Bishop.
And if you look closely what you gave with the starting lineup, you notice the tallest player starting is 5'11", and that means, well, it actually is. We are one of the smallest teams height-wise. I probably are the smallest team height-wise in Region 9. Well,
and as you heard Coach Fearing say, the post position for Eastern kind of destroyed Central at the first time around. Eastern won that first one 83-58. Central only had 7 girls by the start of the game, ended up with only 4 on the court at the end. Kai led the scoring with 16. Kai Ramos, who has come off the bench in the last few games. Haley Cotter had 15. Essie Latu had 12. And Sands led Eastern with 22. Get you their starting lineups real quick. Number 22 is Ane Gary. She is a 5'9" freshman from Spain, averaging 15 points, 5 rebounds per ball game, their leading scorer. Number 30, a 5'5" freshman from Sweden, as they have a very international roster, 5 points, 4 rebounds for Emma Strom. Number 40 is Amelia Axelsson. She is a 6'1" freshman from Sweden. Axelson averaging 9 points, 5 rebounds per ball game. Rayleigh Bessert, a 5'7" freshman from Loveland, Colorado, averages
one of the 2 Americans on the team.
And the other one being from Cheyenne. But Rayleigh Bessert, a 5'7" freshman, averages 7 points per game. And then Paula Martinez Sands wears number 52. She is a 5'11" sophomore, also from Spain, averaging 13 They are head coached by Tom Anderson. He is in his 13th season as the Lancers. He's the only coach they've had since bringing back basketball. We'll take a timeout with the national anthem. We'll be back after this on 88.1.
Student athletes representing their schools will be working hard both mentally and physically. Players, please show the respect that you each deserve. Fans, please support your teams by cheering for your team and not against the other.
Looking at the history between these two teams, the 25th meeting since 2007 when they both brought basketball back. The 25th meeting, Eastern leads 13-11. They have won 2 in a row. They have won 8 of the last 9 over Central to bring that record to where it is right now at 13-11 for the Lady Lancers.
We would have had a substantial lead, obviously, before that then.
Yeah, it's been kind of on the downhill slide. Mentioned Central, Essie Latu, number 2 on the modern-day scoring list. Passing Courtney Patterson, 16 away from Palani Tarawa. Also in three-pointers made, she is number 2. Actually, she's actually 2 three-pointers away from Jolana Sazu to be number 2. Brooke Tolman, though, is out in front of her right now at 137, and Essie has 120. So she's 17 away from number 1 on the three-point line. And if you know Essie, there will be some threes shot today from her as well, and there will be some threes made by Essie today as well.
Yeah, I certainly expect that. She has actually been is pretty much staying at this same average for quite a while. Hasn't really moved too much either way.
Lancers dressed in their road blacks. They have the gold accents, Eastern and Wyoming in white across their fronts. Central in their home whites, the kind of orange bib look on the back, the orange lettering and the black trim. Central across the front, Rustlers across the back. On your television and your video screen, you'll be watching Eastern left to right, Central right to left. Radio broadcast, I've got them left to right, Central going from the hoop to our left to our right. And they will set circle as Sparks will jump center with Axelson, and it will be first controlled by the Lancers. Strom goes right side to Aguirre. Baseline back to Strom underneath in the paint. She's going to have to scoot out of there. She's going to lose it out of bounds. It'll be Central. Nope, it's going to be Eastern basketball. Last touched by Latu underneath. 16 on the shot clock. Just underway on the Papa Murphy's Pizza. Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. Baseline going underneath Sands. Kicks it outside. 3 on the way. Axelson no good, but Sands will get the offensive rebound.
And I think how CWC can stay close rebounding is going to be very key to any success they may have.
Reverse layup on the other side, no good, but another rebound by Sands.
So far, not so good.
Yeah, 0 for 2 on rebounding. Floating in for 6, no good. Latu had it, lost it, be a team rebound. So 3 opportunities now, turning into 4 for Eastern Wyoming College to start the ball game.
I think in terminology, we sometimes call this the power play, using hockey terminology.
Not sure what the official.
Interesting. They're just having a simple conversation because it's so quiet in here.
Then she faked her out on where they were going to inbound it. Good ball movement at the top, not using that dribble as they'll get it into the paint. Sands kicking it back outside. Axelson, she'll throw it away, and after 3 opportunities, they come up empty as they get 3 offensive rebounds, and they come up empty and commit their first turnover of the basketball game.
Yeah, and quite an unforced turnover there to end it all on that possession. That lasted about a minute.
Playing around in the backcourt, 55 seconds off the clock on Eastern's possession, as Joel mentioned. Astorga to Ware to Latu. She's got Strom on her. Essie in a triple team now. Gonna flip it right side. Jade Ware for 15 is off the mark. Sparks trying for the rebound, but can't. Axelson will come away with it. One and done for Central.
Gonna need a big game out of Sparks on the boards.
Strom with it. Now Aguirre. She'll put it on the floor, gets a pick, stops, goes down baseline. Sands lay it off glass and in.
That shot just looked weird, like she had shot it off the wrong foot or something. It does not look typical.
Paula Martinez Sands will get the bucket. Full court pressure, not too intense right now by the Lancers, and Central will break it. Ware guarded by Sands.
It's sort of weird. It's a loose man-to-man on most players, but a tight man-to-man on Latu.
Yeah, Essie battling down there. Fires from 15, left it short. Astorga goes in, will get the rebound on the alternating possession. As Essie misses a 15-footer. Here comes Peyton Williams out. Kai Ramos will check in. Kailiana, her name.
Interesting substitution, though. You're substituting as forward for a guard, basically, and you're getting smaller as you're getting beat on the boards.
Kai, a 5'6" freshman from Reno, Nevada. Essie up top. Astorga, nice move around her man, goes to the rack, puts it up. No good as Sands stood her ground and gets her 3rd rebound of the basketball game. Central 0 for 3 in the early going. They trail 2-0. Baseline 3 on the way. Bassert, that is no good. Essie tips the rebound, but into the hands of Aguirre, who will put it up and in. 4-0 Eastern out in front, very early on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard. 7:30 remaining in the first quarter. Nice backdoor, Latu. She's going to be fouled underneath. Late whistle as Essie was complaining for the foul when the whistle actually came in. And that's going to be number 1 on Strom. And the way she's playing defense on Essie, fouls could be critical for her.
Which is interesting. That is probably why she's in there. Does not have a large scoring presence, Strom, but in fact, they've got a player off the bench who averages double figures.
Essie not getting that first one. As Central 69%, Essie shoots better than that at 76. And 1 point towards her 15, actually 1 point towards her 16 she needs to take over that number 1 spot. As coming out is Jade Ware.
And we get a little taller here as Cotter, our tallest player on our team, comes into the ball game.
Haley Cotter at 6'1", the freshman from Queensland, Australia. Central looking in a 2-3 zone. Baseline, ball is tapped, but picked up by Sands. She'll go top of the key to Aguirre. Back down Sands, baseline. Missed it. Abby Sparks will get the rebound.
I believe that's our first rebound as a team, isn't it?
Siona had an offensive one down there on that end on the tie-up. But yes, our first one from the defensive side for sure. Sparks on the baseline. Lost the handle on it, and then a foul called on Abby underneath. First turnover on Central. They trail 4-1, 6:50 left. Strom across the timeline, finds Bassert. Back left to Aguirre. Now to Bassert, puts it on the floor. Tapped from behind by Ramos. 3 buried at the top by Aguirre as she line drives that one in from dead straight away.
I don't think it ever got above 12 feet above the floor.
7-1, Eastern out in front. Underneath, shot's gonna fall for Haley Cotter.
You know, Cotter, I don't know what her shooting percentages is right off. I can look it up, but I like one thing about her. She is somewhat aggressive offensively.
Well, and she has gotten better, and there's a nice little step through that's gonna fall in for Sands, who asks for a slap while she's walking away.
She was giving herself 5.
9-3 the score. Yeah, and Haley has played with a lot more confidence as well. Ball knocked away. Kai gathers it back in. Dribbling about chest high. Latu's going to run down the lane. Floater, no good. Slaps the ball out. Cotter.
This time it worked.
Cotter picks it up. Kai to the baseline, out to Cotter, just on the three-point line, and she drains it. Haley Cotter for 2. She has 4 of the 5 for Central. They're within 4 now, 9-5, midway through the first quarter on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard. Baseline, Sands at the high post. They'll call it for a travel. That'll be the second turnover of the game on Eastern.
I think she said they could let me do it in Madrid, but
game's just getting underway in other venues. Casper 3-0 on Western. Sheridan 4-2 on LCCC. And Gillette leading the Trappers of Northwest 7-4, all just getting started on this Saturday afternoon. There's a reach, not gonna call that one as Ramos battling that dribble. Essie's firing for 3, got it! Nice play with Strom in her face. She does the quick release and knocks it down, and Central's within 1. Ball might have been picked off had they been maybe watching that a little more, as Bassett going right side 3. Axelson is going to miss off the mark, and it'll be picked up by Cotter. Second rebound of the game for Cotter, who has nice minutes coming in. Essie step back, 17 off the back of the iron, and then rebound by Axelson.
Kind of battled at it. She took a couple of steps.
Essie punches that ball out of bounds, and we'll get the media timeout with 4:16 remaining in the first quarter on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard. It is Eastern 9, it is Central 8. We'll return after this on 88.1. I'd like to thank Amanda Nikoloff and the new media class from Central Wyoming College, as Morgan Vanetti, our soccer player extraordinaire, is also our director today. Morgan, tip of the hat to you. Ryan Whitehurst and Tanner Hester are on cameras. Jaden Whiteplume, Shanna Miller, also Newmark, Rika Franca, and Jay Atencio are running cameras for us and Amanda today, and appreciate the job that our student broadcasts puts together, all the different camera angles and the views that you're seeing on rustlerathletics.com. Out of the timeout, Abby Sparks is going to get called for her second personal foul as she was D'ing up Sands underneath, and Abby will pick up her second personal, team second as well. Aguirre gets it back left side with Ramos on her. Strom down low to Sands, underneath too far, hits it off the back of the backboard underneath.
And the backboard a block there.
Abby Sparks the rebound. Peyton Williams will return for the Central lineup. Next dead ball. Kai gets a handoff right in the gut. Shot from 15, misses.
The dive play doesn't work for us.
Axelson with the rebound. Boy, she got that handoff right in her breadbasket as she was running by. Astorga falls down. Baseline 3, Axelson, good. Amelia Axelson, freshman from Ragunda, Sweden, knocks a triple down, and it's 12-8. Essie has that picked out of her hands by Sands. She's going to go the distance and miss it.
That's why you follow right there, though.
Right. Strom follows it, plays it, then shoots the 3, misses. Abby Sparks comes away with the rebound. Right now, 5 of 14 from the field are the Lancers, 36%. They've hit 2 of 6 from the arc. Central, 3 of 9, 33%. 1 of 1 from three-point land. That by Essie as the only one that shot. Haley just inside the three-point line, gets the shooter bounce, and she has 6 points.
Thankfully for Haley.
12-10, yeah, she's got 6 of the 10. Essie's got the other 4. Shot for 3 is going to be an air ball right into the hands of Latu. And Essie will hand it off to Ramos. Central with a chance to tie or take the lead with a tray, this time down the court with 2:25 remaining in the first. Essie for the lead and 3, no good. Rebound sprays off to the left side and is picked up by Sands. 4 rebounds for Sands already. Baseline 3, Axelson's another air ball that Haley Cotter will grab, her 3rd board. Boy, 2 of 8 now, Eastern, 25%. Normally, Eastern a 34% three-point shooting team. Cotter into the paint. Sparks has that one fished away from behind by Axelson, and Coach Tom Anderson wants a 30-second timeout with 1:53 remaining. And again, we've said this before, but still a ways off, the Rustler 500 reverse raffle coming to Central on March 27th. $100 ticket to the Athletic Scholarship Fund of Central Wyoming College, and you will be entered into a chance to win $10,000. You do not have to be present to win. You can check out more at rustlerathletics.com.
Have you heard how tickets have been going for that so far?
Not a word as of yet. Eastern leading Central 12-10. Let's go look around the rest of the league.
There will not be a close game on any of them, John, I'm saying.
Casper leading 9-3 in that game. LCCC leading Sheridan 12-9 in that game. And Gillette leading Northwest 11-8 in that game. So close now, but we've still got a lot of afternoon yet to transpire here today. Ramos to the baseline to Peyton Williams. Back up top, Ramos. Couple of subs came in during that timeout. Astorga, as the shot clock winds down, knocks it in. The left-hand scoop, and we are tied for the first time since zeros. 90 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Aguirre to Strom, high post. Tree Hub goes into the paint, blocked by Latu. Going to be fouled, I think, by Essie as she got her with the body, and she did. That'll be her first personal foul. Watching the replay, I think Haley Cotter got her pretty good underneath as well, but they'll give the foul to Essie. And by saying watching the replay, I watched the stream, which is about 8 seconds behind, so I get to catch the replay there as that free throw goes down by Tree Hub.
Ever watched a game where you try to get the radio to go with the video and it's one of those deals and it just doesn't cut it?
No, that doesn't work much anymore. On a nice rebound by Aguirre on the offensive side as Tree Hub hit 1 of 2. 13-12, ball picked out of there by Cotter.
Nice read by her.
She gives it up to Kai Ramos. Kai's going to go the distance. Nope, she'll try to dish off. Ball's knocked away, and we'll be back even in turnovers at 3 apiece. 1 minute left to play in quarter number 1. 13-12 Eastern out in front of the Rustlers right now in women's basketball Region 9 North play. Aguirre to Strom, back to Aguirre. They'll go into the paint to Tree Hub. She will shoot one off glass, no good. Peyton Williams will glove the rebound.
I remember the first time these two teams played, it was 83-58 for the Torringtoners.
That was kind of the beginning of the slide for the Rustlers that ended up with just 7 players on their roster as Siona Astorga suffered that gash on her head and the concussion. And there's a hand check foul on Strom, going to be her second personal foul, and she's kind of the main assigned defender on our leading scorer, Essie Latu, here in this one.
Interesting they put a smaller player on Essie, you know, rather than trying to take away, you know, if we're shooting above them a little bit.
Essie gets free, step with a left hand, good.
Nice adjustment by her in the paint as CWC takes the lead.
First lead change of the ball game with the shot clock expired in quarter number 1. Bassert has it, facing that 2-3 zone. Lady Rustlers, will they take a lead into the first, at the end of the first quarter? Bassert says no as she snaps the cords for 3, and that's how the quarter will end. Second lead change of the contest. Eastern taking a lead at the break At the end of one, it is Eastern Wyoming 16. It is Central Wyoming 14. We'll be back after this timeout. This is Rustler Basketball on 88.1.
Cheering on fans, I think he might need it. Loosen up a bit, Ryan, and let it fly. Good try, Ryan. Thank you. And thank you, Michael Brett Evans, for sponsoring that half-court shot.
End of one from Central. It is the Eastern Wyoming Lancers 16. It is the Central Wyoming Lady Rustlers 14.
And certainly a lot different in the early going than what we had last time around.
Very similar score from Powell as number 21 ranked Gillette leads Northwest 16-13 at the end of one quarter. As we're back to basketball here, and we'll check those other scores. As into the ball game is Jada Waibara from Cheyenne as Sands into the paint. Blocked partially by Cotter, taken away by Astorga. Nice job by Haley Cotter defensively stopping that play.
How many times have we mentioned her name in various ways in this first part of this ball game?
6 points, 3 rebounds, and a partial block on that exchange. Kai Ramos works against the pick on Waibara, takes it the distance, puts it off glass and in. First bucket of the game for Kylie Ramos. Tied at 16 apiece. First quarter shooting.
You know, CWC in the zone, and if LCCC doesn't start shooting better, it's going to work out pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. As Ibanez shot misses everything except the backboard, taken away by Latu. Up ahead of Storga. She'll miss the lay-in, but is fouled as streaking past her, committing the foul. And being very surprised.
And I don't think she touched her, I don't think.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe she did as I look at the replay this time.
Bassert gets called for the foul, and that'll send Astorga to the line. Again, Siona missing 4 games with that concussion. She's a 72% free throw shooter. Trying to flip the lead and does.
By the way, do we have a student body of nobody right now?
Pretty much.
That's somewhat unusual. We've had pretty good student turnout for the most part.
We definitely have had, as I see a couple of Lady Wolverines basketball players in the stands after they were victorious last night. Ibarra almost walked with it. Gives the ball back to Aguirre. Now Bassert back to Aguirre. They are 3 of 9 from three-point land. 12 to shoot. Bassert back to Ibarra. Nice defense by Peyton Williams on the baseline. Scooping in with the right hand and missing is Aguirre, and the 3rd rebound of the game for Essie Latu.
We're making them uncomfortable right now. Ramos on the drive will stop her dribble, give it to Cotter.
Haley spins, goes up, rejected and taken away by Ibanez, and she almost traveled with the basketball. Underneath, and a charge going to be taken. Peyton Williams takes the charge on Rayleigh Bassert. I just saw the end result and the call made by the official, and then the replay that I watched that did not show the feed of where they were at on that no charge line down there.
The assistant coach is thinking that that it was a place where you can't take a charge.
18-16, Central is out in front. Shot off the iron, not good. Sands the rebound. She already has 5 boards in this ball game. Waibara, baseline, Ibanez. Bassert and Aguirre playing catch around that 3-point perimeter. And driving baseline, but stepping out of bounds is going to be turnover number 5.
She literally was driving baseline.
Astorga checks in. as Jade Ware checks in for her. Final seconds ticking down in Cheyenne and in Rock Springs. So get you their quarter scores here in a moment. Peyton Williams down the lane, float runner front of the rim, climbs over and in. Central their biggest lead of the game now, 20-16. Outside Ibanez, Aguirre, and Ibanez playing catch. Central contend in that 2-3 zone that is working right now. 6 of 20 is Eastern, 30% from the field, 3 of 9 from the arc. Driving and a steal by Latu. Flips it up ahead to Ramos, who will go the distance and bank it off glass and in. Rustlers now by 6. Their biggest lead of the afternoon. Ibanez to Aguirre. They'll go baseline back to Aguirre for 3. Got it.
They'd gone away from the three-pointer for a while, and I think perhaps rightfully so, but they come back with making one there.
Now 4 of 10. LCCC leading Sheridan 18-16 at the end of 1. And right now, Western is within 3 of Casper with 13 seconds left in the first quarter. Ramos swatted out of there.
Well, that was a pretty block because she had to reach over the top, making sure it was clean.
That was a very nice block. Base the other way, off glass, good by Anye Aguirre.
And that was a European-looking shot, the way she did it right there.
Cuts the lead to 1 after they were down by 6. Casper leading Western 17-14 at the end of 1 quarter in Rock Springs. The winless Mustangs within 3 of the Thunderbirds with 3 quarters yet to play.
I don't think the Mustang Sallies are going to hang in there.
Ball flipped to the baseline, Peyton Williams. Oh, she was wide open, but I think she was too far behind the backboard. Kai drives, kicks it out to Peyton for 3. Is going to be short as the shot clock was winding down. It was at 1 when she let it go. Waibara the rebound. And back the other direction comes the Lancers with a chance to retake the lead. Midway through the second quarter on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard, it's 22-21. Aguirre into the paint. Nice little 6-footer is good.
And Aguirre has recaptured the lead basically with those 2 trips down the court.
Well, yeah, she has all 7 of the Lancers' points in this 5 minutes of the quarter so far. As she steps up at the 3-point line, runs past her man, makes it fly, makes it count, and 1. Nice little hesitation move at the top. Foul's going to be whistled on Waibara. That will be her first personal, and we'll get the media timeout and come back with Essie at the line. 5 lead changes, 2 ties in this one. Central holding the last lead change. They lead 24-23. Essie is 9 points away from the all-time, well, I keep saying that, but the modern-day leading scoring mark. When we come back after this, we'll see how she does at the line on 88-1. I'm John Gabrielson, that's Joel Kindle. Appreciate you tuning in on Rustler Radio 88.1 and online at rustlerathletics.com. And if you are on the Charter Spectrum cable system in Riverton or Lander, it is channel 189. Channel 189. Thank you for tuning in. I see Tim Moser, the head coach of the Eastern men, having a long conversation with our CWC golf coach, Russ Holgate. That or he's taking tickets at the ticket stand over there. Ran into both coaches last night out as they had gotten into town last evening. Said hello. Essie Latu at the line. Free throw is good. She is now 8 points shy of tying Palani Tarawa. And in one more three-pointer, will be tied for second on the three-point list as well. Sands to Waibara. She'll penetrate, scoop with the right hand. Looks good, is good. Nice little play by Wybera as she'll tie the game for a third time, 25 apiece.
Wybera only 5'6" out of Cheyenne.
Latu, D'd up out there by Aguirre now. Cotter penetrates, steps around, shot, good, and one. Haley Cotter has 8. Foul whistled on Paula Martinez-Sands, her first personal. As Axelson's going to check back into the ball game.
I think Paula was saying that I was as stationary as Mount Rushmore on that play. Why did I get the foul?
Sands out of Spain, maybe not using the Mount Rushmore reference.
Rock of Gibraltar.
Cotter snapping cords on that one. 9 points for Haley off the bench here today. 28-25 Central back on top by 3. Their biggest lead has been 6. And I believe Eastern's biggest lead early was 8-1, if I'm not mistaken. 3 on the way, not good. Cotter had it, lost it. Latu ends up with it.
Yeah, CWC doing a better job on the boards as of late, and that's key too.
Essie got bodied up.
She might have got a foul on.
Nothing called there as Aguirre burns it into the front court. Steps around Cotter, misses the shot. Rebound, though, picked up by Ibanez, and they will reload. Short corner.
They're reluctant to take some threes that they were taking earlier.
Sands with a hook, misses, but got her own rebound, or did she? No, Cotter's going to end up with it. Might have been a rebound and then a steal by Cotter, but I'm going to give Haley the rebound. That's the kind of stat guy I am. Very generous stat guy. 3 left to play, 3:15 left in the first half on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard. Astorga pump fakes this three-pointer, doesn't shoot it. 8 to shoot, Williams for 15, wedges it. And I think, what are they going to call this? I guess it's on
a jump ball, and it'll be Eastern's basketball.
I guess I thought the Eastern started the quarter with it, but they need another ball or somebody to come out. Yeah, I thought it should be Central basketball.
We should look at the arrow. The arrow, I look at immediately, and you're probably right, but the arrow, that's why their coaches wonder, why does the arrow say that? Why did it say that?
Right, but I thought that Eastern started the quarter with the basketball, so. 3:04 left. Shot clock goes back to 20 on the possession arrow.
It did hit the rim.
On the wedge, yes, it hit the rim and stuck, as our shot clock operator was very astute in asking the official, hey, what happens here? As Lindsay is asked to back up a half a foot to get in the coaching box.
We can mic her here if we want.
Kai, pump fake, kicks it out to Astorga for 17. It goes 19. Ramos the rebound, though. She's in traffic. She'll dribble out of it. Coach Fearing wanting a timeout. 8 on the shot clock. Astorga's going to knock one down, though, while Lindsay was asking for the timeout. Central by 5, 2:40 left. Into the paint is Minoto. She'll fire it off glass and miss it. Cotter will get the rebound. Mariana Minoto has checked into the basketball game. Haley Cotter working her way to a double-double. 5 points, 9 boards, as that 3 is short.
Essie just came up short on it.
Rebound run down in the corner by Oliveras. Ball
They're trying
away.
to be too finite on some of their passes, and it's burnt them.
Cotter ends up with it, gives it to Latu. Essie back to Kai. 15-footer straight away, short. And Minoto, her second rebound of the basketball game, actually her first.
Well, you are generous, so you got to give her 2.
Might as well. Inside of 2 minutes left, Latu gives up baseline. And a foul is going to be whistled on Cotter as she tried to block that pass. And Haley will pick up her first personal foul. Bassert will check back into the ball game as she will come in for Mar Olivares. Olivares, by the way, a 6'1" sophomore from Spain.
About half their team is from Spain. At least 4 of them.
2 locals, well, I guess locals, Loveland, Colorado being somewhat local. 2.
Certainly more local than Spain.
Exactly. 10 to shoot. Aguirre fires from 17, left that short, but an offensive rebound as it fires into the hands of Axelson. Baseline, Bassert, 3, got it. Rayleigh Bassert dropping in a triple.
That must be strange, being the American on the team and you're in the minority.
Exactly.
That'd be kind of odd.
Minute 20 left, Central by 2. Ramos, ball thrown away behind her, and it'll be turned over. That is only the 4th turnover by Central by my generous calculations.
I talked about rebounding being a key. That's certainly another key that you just brought up there.
Central has actually been out-rebounded 21-17, mostly on this end of the floor that they're on right now.
Yeah, but since the very start, I think they were rebounded 5-0 right off the bat.
Pretty much. Driving, baseline, Minoto shot, no good. Peyton Williams gloves the rebound, and a quick timeout going to be whistled by Lindsey Fearing. 30-28, Central out in front. 5 lead changes, 3 ties already in the first half of basketball. Midway through the second quarter in Rock Springs, it is the 17th ranked Casper Thunderbirds only up 5 on Western right now. Winless Western trailing 24-19 in that ball game. LCCC leading Sheridan College 22-18 in Cheyenne. They have 6:15 left to play in that ball game's first half. And then it is 26-17. 21st ranked Gillette leading Northwest 26-17. They have 2 minutes left to play in the first half from Powell, Wyoming. Again, 48 seconds left here in the first half. Central on that Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard leading 30-28 with the basketball. Ramos looking for a pick from Latu, penetrates, kicks it to Cotter for 17 again. She's a perfect 3 for 3 from that range today. She's now got 12 points.
She's certainly not afraid to put it up.
The 6'1 freshman from Australia getting some deep range. Central by 4. Minoto spins, banks it. Might have been fouled even by Cotter.
That's the opposite. She had camped underneath there, and you really couldn't defend that. She was so far underneath.
Shot clock expired. Game clock down to 10. Ramos looking, goes through the pick. Astorga for 3. Going to not fall in. Cotter's going to get the rebound, but that is how the quarter and the half will come to an end. Great first half by the Central Wyoming ladies as the 5 lead changes, 3 ties, ends with Central on top at the break on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard. It is Central 32 and it is Eastern 30. We'll be back with your Expressway Lube halftime show after this timeout. You're watching and listening Rustler Basketball on Rustler Athletics and Rustler Media. At the intermission, it is Central 32, it is Eastern 30. This is the Expressway Lube halftime show on 88.1 KCWC. Let's take a look at some numbers in this basketball game. Eastern led 19-14 at the end of one quarter. Central outscored, actually they led 16-14 at the end of one. Central outscores Eastern 19-14 in the second quarter to take a 30, actually I'm 1 point off on my ledger going on right here. Does Haley have 12 on that roster that they've got there, or 11? She has 11. Okay, she missed that free throw then apparently. As it's 32-30 Central out in front here at the intermission. You're pointing at a couple of statistics. What are you pointing at?
My hand was just stayed there after you had the 11. I never moved it.
Leading scorer for the Rustlers, Haley Cotter, 11 points, 6 rebounds.
That's what it was on. It was right on the 11 right there.
Perfect, thank you. Essie Latu, 9 points, 4 rebounds. Siona Astorga has 6. Kai Ramos has 4. Peyton Williams has 2 right now. Eastern out-rebounding Central, however, 21-19 at the intermission. Eastern is led by Ane Aguirre. She has 12, 4 rebounds to go along with that as well. Rayleigh Bastard has 6 points. Paula Martinez-Sands has 4 points, 5 rebounds. Axelson has 3. Minoto has 2. Waibara has 2. Barbara Trehub has 1 point. And Central leads Eastern 32-30 at the intermission.
Interesting, the two players that lead their respective teams in scoring never sat down in the first half.
However, Haley did not start the game, so.
Well, I should say leading scorer, I guess, overall. SC, I guess I'm going with, but.
Gotcha.
I should have just left my finger where it was.
I'm going to say, don't be using that finger either as we are at the intermission right now. We'll take a look at some shooting stats. We'll also give you some scores from the other side of the Region 9, the other games that are going on. This is your Expressway Lube halftime show. Expressway Lube with locations in Riverton and in Lander. A big thanks to them for providing our halftime statistics here all season long. Also, your CWC bookstore, sporting different and extended hours this semester. They are going to be open Monday through Thursday until 6 p.m., 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Friday hours, though, will be 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. as they change their hours up just a little bit at the bookstore. But as we mentioned in the ad, always open online at CWCbookstore.com. This is your Expressway Lube halftime show. Central leading 32-30 at the intermission on the Eastern Wyoming Lancers. Other scores, they are at the half in Powell, and Gillette is beating the Trappers right now 35-23.
They're starting to come to form, basically.
After leading by 3 at the end of 1, Gillette, they're ranked 21st in the country, is out in front by 12. And down in Rock Springs, Casper with a 5-point lead on winless in the Conference Western right now, 30-25. They have a minute left to play in the first half in Rock Springs.
Has to be a letdown to you just got done beating the other team that was fighting for the lead, but
right.
Still, you'd think on paper that should not even be a close game, and it may not be.
LCCC, a little bit of an upset brewing perhaps there. It's a 4-point game, 30-26. LCCC, I'm not sure if something happened in that game. They're way behind us now at 3:12 left to play in that basketball game in the first half. But LCCC out in front of Sheridan, 30-26. Let's take a look at some shooting numbers real quick, and then we'll talk men's basketball. In the first half, Central 13 of 30, 43%, 2 of 6 from the arc, 4 of 6 from the stripe. The Lancers would go 12 of 32, 38%, including 5 of 12, which is actually shooting better. They were 3 of 9 in the first quarter, 2 of 3 from three-point land in the second quarter, 42%. They go 5 of 12. They would hit one of their 2 free throws that they shot in the first quarter or first half of basketball.
You know, and John, it's still a possibility this is a team they could be playing in the first round. And so we don't win it. At least you know you can play with this team. And if you win it, you tighten it up that way too, so it could be more like a 3 matchup too. You know, you have a chance to move up 2 spots, and you could still end up playing them.
Yeah, still have 20 minutes of basketball left, obviously, in this one here today. And our director is with us on the mics here today, Morgan Vanetti. And
it's time for a technical question.
Okay, let's ask her a technical question here. No, I don't want. Oh, we don't have her plugged in.
We don't have her plugged in.
We don't have her plugged in. So she was all pumped and ready to answer questions. She was not ready to answer questions. But looking at the men's games a little bit later today, the CWC men will take on Eastern. And Central won the first time around, but in overtime. They won 69-65 in overtime at Eastern. And that was 57 apiece after the 40 minutes of basketball.
It's weird, yeah. It's a low-scoring game, and it's got an overtime thrown in on it.
And Central is 3-0 in overtime games this year, including the double overtime win on the home court a week ago over Gillette. Eastern has been playing well in the last 2 games, blowing out both of their opponents, but after they started the season 0-7 in conference play.
You know what scares me about that game is Brad keeps talking and bragging up this team, and now you really don't want that prophecy to come true against you.
Certainly
after
not.
You've been saying how good this team is, and you get bit by the team that you've been plugging all along.
Yes, certainly not, but Coach Moser and his team. And it's kind of interesting how both rosters, obviously the coaches are completely separate, as Tom Anderson's been there since 2007, Tim Moser in just his second year, but a heavily dominated foreign roster for both the men and the women.
That must be, like I said, a pretty good shock when you come from Barcelona to Torrington, Wyoming.
Another pretty good shock.
The running of the Bulls might seem about the same.
Another good shock coming your way as Casper, ranked 17th in the country, is leading winless Western right now 34-30 at halftime in Rock Springs.
But the shock is that it's close. The shock isn't that the bottom feeder's ahead.
They're not. They're actually trailing by 4.
That's what I'm saying.
But,
it's not
right.
This.
But I guess the shock is that it's close, as you mentioned out there as well.
That's a shock from like a 9-volt battery.
Other games going on, again, Central, as I mentioned, Eastern playing, and Eastern at 2-7 in the conference, trying to work their way up that ladder a little bit more, as they are now tied for 7th. Central is tied for 4th. They are 3 games ahead, is Central at 5-4. Eastern is at 2-7, but Central, if they want to hang on to that 4 spot that they're tied with Sheridan, actually have because of the tiebreaker with Sheridan, and still have to play Sheridan here on the home court, they need to protect that home court where they're 8-2 on the year.
Yeah, we keep saying it's a very important game every time out, but it's true, really, as far as the Region 9 games for CWC's men.
Eastern is back out onto the court, getting ready for the second half. Other games in men's play today, the big one, 23rd ranked Casper at 14th ranked Western Wyoming. Casper 7-2, Western Wyoming 8-1, and Western snuck away a victory at Casper. Now Casper going to try to return the favor this afternoon. Gillette is at Western, Sheridan is at LCCC.
Well, Western looked awfully good against us the other night. We really didn't have an answer for them.
No, 30-point differential, pounding our boys 107-77 in that ball game. They are nearing the half finally in Cheyenne. 37-30 with 44 seconds left to play in the half of that basketball game. We're at the intermission here. Central leading 32-30 at halftime. This has been your Expressway Lube halftime show. We will take a short break and come back with the second half of basketball, where it will be Eastern Wyoming basketball when we come back on 88.1. Second half, it will be Eastern Wyoming College. Wowza. Let's go turn that down. There we go. I was going to put our director, Morgan Vanetti, on and forgot to turn the microphone back
blame
down.
that on her.
As well. They have finally reached the half in Cheyenne. LCCC leading 39-32. Again, Gillette leading Northwest 35-23. Casper leading Western 34-30. And it's at the intermission
How similar a
here.
score is that to us?
Yeah, exactly. 32-30, Central leading Western. Ware, Astorga, Williams, Sparks, and Latu, the five that take the floor for the Rustlers.
They were almost not prepared when that ball got inbounded. They were just kind of still finding their positions in that zone.
Aguirre, Strom, Axelson, Sands, as Axelson's going to get fouled from behind by Latu. A little renewed vigor, it looks like, on the offensive execution for Eastern right out of the gate.
I was wondering about a maybe more concerted effort to try to get the ball inside, and at least that was the case there. And I think, John, I always go through at the start of the third quarter or second half being so important. Probably this game is maybe as important as any, I think, for that. It's either going to be an expanded lead for CWC or no lead at all.
Axelson, 74% free throw shooter, misses the first, gets the second, cuts the lead in half, and you're going to see full court pressure again.
And it's ratcheted up a little bit more than what they did in the first half with the press.
A little lazier in that first half as they will see Central break the press. Essie scoots it left side, Jade Ware. Jade out back to Essie for three, got it.
And I think because of the press, we're going to see Ramos coming in almost immediately to give him another ball handler.
Well, and it was interesting because Siona Astorga was subbed out 30 seconds into the second quarter, and now somebody's going to be subbed out quickly in the third quarter as that shot's missed, and Jade Ware the rebound for Central.
And they can't set up the press without the make.
Astorga, left side, Williams, Peyton on the arc, gives up the bounce, hands it back to Jade Ware. Jade between the legs dribble, back to Latu, gets a pick, Essie steps through and throws it away. Central just 5 turnovers in the game as Strom dishes off. Axelson trailing the play, missed it, wants a foul.
She got a push, I thought.
Doesn't get the call.
I think Peyton may give it her a shot. Peyton playing in front of her folks here today, by the way.
Central going back the other direction. That is just the 5th turnover of the game by Central, by the way. Latu with Aguirre in her face. Hands it to Ware, back up top to Williams.
So a different matchup against Essie here in the second half.
Yeah, Strom with 2 personal fouls, which you don't think too much of that in the third quarter. Ware loses the handle. Shot clock's going to expire. Ball went out of bounds. It would have been Central basketball, but there was no time on the shot clock in which to deal with it.
It was pretty close.
Ware is going to check out as finally Kai Ramos will get in for her.
The thing is, though, Eastern has to make the shot to set up the press, and they've not been a great shooting team thus far in this game.
Yeah, 0 for 2 right now in the early going as Axelson gets free on the baseline, wide open, bank it off glass and in.
And I think they forgot they were in the press for a moment as they had dropped back and had to come back out of it.
Bassert late to the party, gets on Ramos, who brings it across the timeline. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Sparks had Essie back door, couldn't get it to her. Instead goes Astorga. Her shot too hard off the glass, rebounded by Aguirre. Eastern their chance to tie it up, this time down the floor. Axelson is going to get fouled by Williams as she beat her on the baseline, and Peyton will pick up her first personal foul. Ball out of bounds to the Lancers, underneath and to their left of their window. Cotter will check in for Peyton. Two-point Rustler advantage. Inbound, Strom. Sands for 3, misses everything, and Cotter will get the rebound. That wasn't even close.
More like a pass to Cotter than a rebound.
7 rebounds, 11 rebounds. 7 points, 11 rebounds, Haley Cotter, if I can spit it out. Essie down the lane, offensive foul coming. As taking it was Bassert. And Essie will get her 3rd personal foul. And all of a sudden, the 7th Central turnover. 3 turnovers in this half as opposed to the 4 they had in the entire opening 20 minutes. Passing perimeter, Eastern, Aguirre.
Looks like they're playing their same offense, but just playing it faster is what it looks like.
Axelson's three goes well over the rim, and another air ball snared out of the air by Cotter. More like a pass like the last one. Coach Fearing thought that was only the second personal foul on Essie, but in fact is her third. Central by 2, 6:45 left. Latu steps into a three, misses off the mark. Cotter battled for the rebound. Astorga gets it. She will gun it back up to Latu. Penetrating, Sparks with it, back out to Astorga. 9 to shoot. Kai penetrates, she travels with it. Not sure if she twisted her ankle. She looks okay. I think she just lost her footing and
kind of had a weird grin. I wasn't really sure what the...
Central committed only 4 turnovers in the first half, and they've got 4 already here in the second half, and I think partly is the ratcheted up defense of the visitors. Aguirre throwing it to where Sands was going. She's not ready for it. That'll be their 8th turnover.
Yeah, their interior passing has not been great.
Essie gets open for 3. Pop it, no. Dish pans out, but Astorga with another offensive rebound. Job by Siona. Essie, shake and bank, gives it back to Siona. Astorga bounces it, and she's going to have it kicked out of there by Axelson. Oh, they're going to call a foul. Nope, they do not call a foul. They shed the shot clock back to 20 is what that indication was. As Ibanez is going to check in for Paula Martinez Sands with the 5:50 left in the third quarter. It is 3-3 in the quarter. Central with a 2-point advantage on the big scoreboard from Papa Murphy's Pizza. Cotter, 17 again. Bury another one. 13 points by Haley Cotter.
And the start of the second half has been okay for CWC.
Driving, Strom out to Bassert for 3. That's almost an air ball, but it's going to be offensively rebounded by Ibanez. Underneath, Axelson gets free, lays it up and in.
Pretty good passing that time by Eastern.
Yeah, it was 2 really good interior passes there. Actually, one into the interior and then the other one coming on the interior.
Bassert hounding Ramos on the dribble right now.
Inside of 5 left. Essie steps back, 10, got it. 14 for Essie Latu, 3 shy of tying, actually 2 shy of tying that mark by Palani Tarawa.
You know, at least so far, this is CWC's best game at home, or the games that we've seen.
Driving, missing, Sparks the rebound on the miss by Aguirre. 39-35, Central a lead. We'll get a media timeout on the next break. Cotter, ball high above her head. And speaking of that, I'm gonna go find, as that shot rims out by Essie, that would have put her over the top. Baseline, Axelson working on Sparks. Dribbles it off her foot and picked up by Astorga. Astorga bounced it right side, and that's going to be a turnover right back. Bassert with a nice play.
3 wrestlers never went down court on that turnover.
Yeah, they didn't even go past the volleyball 10-foot line on that play. We've played a long time without a break, as it was about the 5:40 mark, and that might be a travel, a foul, a charge. What do they call? They're going to call a blocking foul on Abby Sparks and count the basket.
That's Abby's 3rd personal foul too now, isn't it?
That is number 2 on Abby that I have.
I thought she picked up 2 early.
Let me, oh, I put it in the wrong ledger, so you are correct. That is her 3rd personal, and that is a bucket for Eastern. 39-37, Central the lead. Eastern at the line for 1. 3:38 left to play. Media timeout. We'll be back after this on 88.1. buzzer welcomes you back into Rustler Gymnasium. Haley Cotter likes playing Eastern Wyoming College. She has, her career high is 15. And
First time they played this year.
Yep, and she has 13 here tonight.
It was an odd game, too, against Eastern the first time because you expect S.A. Latu to be their leading scorer. She wasn't either their first or second leading scorer in that game.
Ibanez with a three-point play cuts the lead to 1 at 39-38. And now they'll just play man-to-man full court pressure and bring the basketball across the timeline. Latu gets double teamed. Cotter ends up with it. She'll fire from 8 in the paint. Missed it. Sparks might have been called for a foul over the back, but instead they'll give Central the rebound. Well, I thought Abby dodged a bullet on that one.
CWC playing with 2 players with 3 personal fouls each right now. I wish Abby would look for the shot a little bit more, you know.
SE for 3, not good, and the rebound.
One thing about SE, she can certainly create her own shot.
Right, Strom, the rebound. Baseline, Axelson, fouled by Abby. That'll be number 4 on Abby Sparks. Axelson has kind of taken it over. She has 5 of their 8 in this quarter. She has 8 points for the game. And Peyton Williams will come in for Abby Sparks, who will leave with 4 personal fouls. Haley Cotter's dad chiming in from down under, giving a shout out to the Aussie connection. Haley and Essie, as that free throw by Axelson is no good.
I don't know if we thought much of the Aussie connection on that last team we saw here.
It was a pretty good Aussie connection.
Yeah, which we outscored their Aussie connection,
exactly.
Which is somewhat unusual in a game we really didn't play super well in.
Tied for the 4th time now, 39 apiece on the made free throw. Astorga is going to run past everybody, put it up and make it. That's a tough shot going full speed and getting sandwiched right there at the end.
The defense did a pretty good job collapsing back onto her.
Back to a 2-point Rustler advantage, and then Eastern throws it away in front of their home bench.
Almost wondered if they saw somebody on the bench they were maybe throwing it to that just got confused. It's kind of like that turnover, their first turnover of the game when they just threw it to nobody.
Western has tied Casper in women's basketball in Rock Springs at 34 as Ramos gets pickpocketed by Aguirre. And then they'll
about to be fouled by her too. You can see that foul coming.
Aguirre a little frustrated over the foul coming as late as it did, smacking the ball to the floor. That'll be number 1 on Kai. It'll be number 5 on Central, and that puts Aguirre to the line with 2:22 left in the quarter.
I would guess she's one of their top free throw shooters.
77% on the year,
I was going to get to it eventually.
Second highest percentage on the year. She also averages 6 assists per ball game. Number 1 in Region 9 is Anne Aguirre.
Yeah, the rebounds total is pretty good too from your point guard that way as well. I guess she pretty much plays the 2 guard.
Knocks it in, draws to within 1. Second on the way, not good. Cotter the rebound. Haley 1 rebound away from the double-double on the day. 9 points, 13 boards. Essie driving, dishing Cotter, 15 baseline, drain it.
I bet her dad's really liking this broadcast.
She ties her career high. She is now 7 of 9 from the field.
Yeah, her presence has certainly been felt in this contest.
Baseline, driving, scooping, missing. Latu is gonna, I thought maybe be fouled over the back, but they'll say it goes off of Essie out of bounds and it stays Eastern Wyoming basketball. Inbounds, Strom for 17, drain it. Cuts the lead to 1, 43-42.
That was not one of their shooters on their team. It kind of lofted it pretty well, and that was it.
100 seconds remaining in this 3rd quarter. As Essie dribbling, stops, 3 on the way, no good. Rebound by Aguirre. She's missed her last 3, and then they'll turn it over again on the baseline.
Yeah, Bassett got caught leaning the wrong way. The pass was close to her, but she was leaning back away from inside.
Any one of those 3 3-pointers would have put Essie as the #1 scorer in modern scoring for Central, but she's missed the last 3, unfortunately.
By the way, we do have a student section now of 3.
Gotta like that. Volleyball team has showed up.
I like it. It's just that
Astorga.
I like it more if there were more.
Ramos penetrating, gives the ball to Williams. Peyton in traffic, scoops it to Cotter. 15. Can't get that one to go, and Aguirre with another rebound. That is her 7th of the contest. Chance for Eastern to take their first lead in the second half.
This game has been close all the way.
Almost stripped away. It finally is stripped away. And then Astorga fouled in the backcourt. That is the first foul of the 3rd quarter whistled on
Axelson?
It's Ibanez, I believe. That'll be #1 on Ibanez.
I couldn't see if she got hit from behind or in front there.
Nobody, that's only the 7th foul of the game whistled on Eastern Wyoming. Central's been whistled for only 10, so it's not crazy.
And I think there may have been more fouls than that, actually.
Nice underneath, Essie, bucket, and 1, and then a little trash talk.
Needs to be careful because you don't want to get your 4th foul with that, certainly.
I think Bassert is going to get the foul. She does her 3rd. And with that bucket, Essie Latu has just tied Lonnie and now has beaten Lonnie Tarawa's modern-day scoring record with that 3-point play right there. Congratulations to Essie Latu. 4-point Rustler lead. Shot clock at 20, game clock at 24. Spinning Axelson, left it short. Cotter the rebound, there's her double-double.
That was a great rebound, too, the way she scooped it with the one hand.
Latu, 10 seconds on the game clock. Left side, I got a coach in my way. Ramos gonna take it the distance, put it above glass and in.
And that's how the quarter will end.
Old man Mo swinging black and orange right now as the Lady Rustlers looking to win their 2nd conference game in a row. They lead. 10 minutes left to play. It's 48-42, Central out in front. We'll take a short timeout. We'll be back after this on 88.1. Back to the 4th quarter of basketball where it is Central 48, Eastern Wyoming 42.
Matching their biggest lead, in fact, as we head into the 4th.
Other games going on right now. I don't know why we're ahead of everybody so far, but
that's the lack of fouls being called.
I guess, yeah, would be it. Casper and Isa Western, 5.5 minutes. Here's the applause for Essie Latu. They have just announced that Essie has broken that all-time leading scoring mark. And
not sure what the offense is right here.
It would be a lot sweeter if they can pull away the W here today for sure.
That makes so much difference, I think, when you have a big game.
Cotter
with a win.
Essie back up, ball pilfered out of there. Take it away. Central with their 11th turnover. Bassert underneath, lays it up and in. Nice, tough move by Bassert.
Yeah, nice up and under there.
Cuts the lead to 4, 48-44. 9.5 remaining. Astorga.
Well, you just see Bassert trying to focus in on Essie when she's got the ball.
Williams
not an easy task.
Gives it back to Latu. Essie steps in front, pulls the 3, puts it right in her face. Essie adding to that total now. Back to a 7-point lead, their biggest shot missing. Cotter, the vacuum, pulls down another one. She has 11 boards with her 15 points, the double-double.
Yeah, and really Cotter is the story as much as Essie really in this game.
Absolutely. Central by 7, their biggest margin of the contest. Trying to spring the upset here on Eastern. Essie in traffic, throws it up. Ball gets tapped out of there, and Aguirre ends up with it. I think she wanted contact. I think they wanted to travel. And
she may have had contact the other way around, too.
3 in the corner is not good by Bassert. Peyton Williams will gather in the rebound.
It's getting a sense of frustration maybe showing up for Eastern a little bit here when you look at their faces.
Eastern 0 for 5 from the arc in the second half right now. 7-point differential. Essie on Bassert, one-on-one. They're gonna let her go 4 low. She'll penetrate, zigzag, 15, bury it. Latu is feeling it. She has 22 now. And a timeout Eastern as the Rustlers have built a 9-point lead on the Lancers. 30-second timeout. Pretty aggressive whistle for just calling a 30-second timeout.
I'm surprised in a game like this, John, that maybe don't see like a box and one maybe being put on Essie, because that's where the points are coming from certainly right now.
They have just gotten started in the fourth quarter in Cheyenne. They have 7:12 left there. 43-39, LCCC is leading.
The fourth quarter?
Third quarter. Just starting the third quarter there, unless they don't have their fourth quarter up there. Gillette leads Northwest by 10, 41 seconds left in the third in that ball game. And Casper leading Western 42-34, 4:06 left to play third quarter of that basketball game. Here on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard, Central their biggest lead of the afternoon, a 9-point advantage on the Lancers. Essie Latu, 22 points, 5 rebounds, and she has overtaken Palani Tirawa in the modern day leading scoring category. And with those 2 threes, there are 3 threes, she is now number 2 on that list. She's 17 away from the mark set by Brooke Tolman's 3-pointers.
About to inbound the ball like they did at the half again before CWC set defensively, but they don't.
And then how about Haley Cotter? 15 points, 11 rebounds for Haley today as well.
Well, you talked about the Australian connection earlier. Certainly today, maybe more so than ever.
Yeah, 37 points out of the Australians today. Axelson working on Latu. Ball tipped by Cotter, but Aguirre ends up with it. Fires for 3 and gets it.
That's interesting. She faked the pass first. It kind of just, didn't really set that much before she took the shot.
Peyton Williams throws it away. Sands takes it away.
That's not all her fault. Somebody needed to come to the ball on that play.
The press getting their first casualty, really, and it's a big one as Ibanez snaps cords on a 3, and that'll get a timeout out of Coach Feary. 6 quick points out of the timeout by the Eastern Lancers. So the last one was a media 30-second timeout, and now they're saying this one was a media 30, but they've sent both of the teams to the benches.
The clock doesn't match up to a media timeout, I don't think,
does not. It's usually under the 5 mark, but there could be something to be said for that as well.
And plus, we're the media, and we didn't call it.
I asked Lindsay at one point if the media could call more timeouts to help in the
I think when
fatigue factor.
She was down to 7 players. She was all for it, I believe.
Haley's mom thinks it's a pretty good game as well, says Laurie, the father. So tuning in on the RustlerAthletics.com on the live stream. Big thanks to Amanda Nikoloff and the new media degree here at Central. Morgan Vanetti, our director. Ryan Whitehurst and Tanner Hester teaming up on camera 1. Jaden Whiteplume's on the game cam. Shanna Miller is on our ISO cam up top. And then Newmark, Rika Franca, and Jay Atencio are teaming up on the other floor camera underneath the Central basket right now.
I don't think the Cotters have ever seen an upside-down rainbow like my son did down in Australia when visiting.
Nice move by Astorga to bring it across the timeline. Ball snared by Aguirre, taken away. Central with their 13th turnover.
And I don't think the pass was who it was intended for, and that kind of got confused that way.
Aguirre back up top, goes to Strom, to Ibanez. We're inside of 7 minutes left to play. We have a lot of time left in this basketball game.
And after being stone cold shooting threes, they've made 2 in a row.
Right. Sands with 8 on the shot clock. Spin move has not been there all afternoon. And Peyton Williams with her 4th rebound of the basketball game. Central could use a bucket right here. They've been a while without one. It's in a quick 6-0 run. Central losing it again.
Now ball stripped away from Cotter.
10 turnovers on the second half. That one's missed. Reverse lay-in good by Sands.
There had to have been a foul in there somewhere.
Yeah, she got bodied up pretty good, but she got the rebound in the bucket.
It wasn't meant to be a reverse layup, I don't think, but it ended up being that.
Strom is right in the back pocket of Essie Latu, and a near steal and a...
Well, they're letting a lot of stuff go.
They are. Might have been a foul and then a near steal. Williams, high arcing 3, no good. Strom the rebound. 8-0 run, could turn into more this time down the floor.
She will be wide open.
Steps in for 15 and missed it, and Haley Cotter will get the rebound and wrestle it away. Nice job by Haley not to let him get the tie-up. Essie in traffic, throws it away, and then a foul is going to be called late on Ibanez.
And Ibanez doesn't like that call, not because it wasn't a foul, but that has not been called consistently.
Abby Sparks will return to the lineup, as will Jade Ware. Cotter will get a breather, as will Peyton Williams. Sands will come out as Bassert checks back into the lineup for Eastern Wyoming. 5.5 remaining in the contest. It's a 1-point Central lead on an 8-0 run since Central took a 9-point advantage. Ball trying to go down low is knocked out of there by Axelson. She's going to take it the distance, score it, and all of a sudden Eastern Wyoming has the lead.
Yeah, and Sparks got ahead of her there, but she couldn't foul her. She'd been gone.
Astorga has the basketball.
Well, and just running the clock has not been great offense for them either. They look like, you know.
Ball onto the floor again. Central turns it over. Axelson, the distance, got it.
Well, awkward looking shot, but it falls. So all that work that you've done, you're suddenly trailing by 3. And here comes the ball knocked away almost again.
13 by Axelson.
And now you've got to go back to what you're doing that got you the lead in the first place.
It's a 14-0 run by Eastern. Central led it's in a 12-0 run, excuse me. Astorga underneath, shot no good. Rebound though by Jade Ware. Offensive play, Jade's shot is no good, and then Astorga throws it off of Axelson to save the play.
Was Jade's play even a shot? I was wondering about that.
We'll get a timeout called by Lindsey Fearing. 4:18 remaining. It is Eastern 56, Central 53. We'll be back after this timeout. This is Rustler Basketball from 88.1. .418 remaining on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard here, fourth quarter. Eastern out in front on a 12-0 run. They lead 56-53, 4:18 left. Gillette leading Northwest as they head to the fourth, 52-39. Casper is only up 7 right now on Western, and I say only up 7. They would maybe expected more. A minute left to play in that ball game. And then LCCC is leading Sheridan by 14 as Sparks gets an offensive rebound out of the timeout. 3 up top is good by Kai Ramos.
And the basket by Ramos is good, but without the Sparks rebound, it doesn't happen.
First field goal of the game by Kai.
Well, that's unusual too.
Yeah, ties the game for a 5th time. Axelson misses, Cotter another board. I've got Haley for 13 rebounds to go along with her 15 points.
What I like too about her game seems to keep trending up as the season goes too.
Kai gets a pick from Essie, goes down the lane and is fouled on the way. That'll be the 2nd team foul on the Lancers. It'll be the 3rd personal on Emma Strom.
Well, she played with 2 for a long time before she got that 3rd.
Yeah, I got those 2 in the very first quarter, in fact. Inbounds to Latu. Essie's going to be tied up, and pulling it away is Axelson.
Interesting, the bigs dribble pretty well for Eastern here as I'll put them out on the press, or out on the break.
Has it tipped away from behind, and they want a travel call, but instead will get a foul. Foul is going to be whistled on Abby Sparks, and that'll be number 5 on Abby. So Sparks will foul out. 5 rebounds for Abby today, no points. But Abby
like I said, that rebound she just got is worth the 3 points.
Peyton Williams will check in to her place. Rayleigh Bassert is at the line. Eastern 69% as a team. Bassert shooting 61% on the year. They are 5 of 9 for the day and get that free throw.
Well, she's had a hard-working day having to cover a lot too much of the time.
Started out with Strom, then it went Aguirre, and then Bassert has taken her turn as she misses. That ball is loose, out of bounds. Central will get it. As Peyton Williams, I'm going to give her credit for the board. That'll be her 5th.
And we talk about games where it's going to be a tough loss for either team.
Right.
Here's the case where I think if CWC loses, it'll be a really tough loss for them because what they put into it.
Trailing by 1, 3:10 remaining in the ball game on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard, 4th quarter.
Whereas I think Eastern maybe thinks we don't deserve this to begin with.
Cotter, nice backdoor lay-in to Latu. Essie with 24. Central has back the lead, the 8th lead change of the ball game.
And you can add an assist for Cotter in her stats.
Running through the lane, Axelson gets it, flips it back out. Shot is no good. Astorga the rebound, and she is tied up, they'll say, and that will give the basketball back to the Lancers. Astorga 6 rebounds with 8 points today.
You know, there's been several situations in this game where both teams are saying, hey, that's a travel. And it probably is, except they're bypassing the foul to get to the travel.
Sands
it's kind of weird.
Right, exactly. Sands will come in for Axelson. She'll take it on the inbound, backing Essie down, and then throws Essie to the floor, and the offensive foul.
You know, she didn't need to do that. I think had she been smarter there, she perhaps could have got the foul on Essie had she, you know, not tried to separate with the arm bar.
Quick hook as she's out. Sands is gone. Just her 2nd foul, but coach pulling her, putting Axelson back into the game. Turnover number 13 on the Lancers. 2:30 left to play in the ball game. Central with a 1-point advantage, 58-57. Hands on her from Bassert. Kai. Then there's another foul coming in.
And that could have gone either way, I think, perhaps there too, but CWC, the right side of the call.
Strom will pick up her 4th personal foul. Coach Anderson, I think, lobbying the same as you for that
call. I was
call.
lobbying it either way is what I really was there, but.
Cotter takes the inbound. Axelson on her defensively, takes it baseline, throws it into the paint. Williams in trouble, loses the handle. We'll call her for the travel, and the turnover goes back to the Eastern Lancers.
Sorry, John. She got some contact as well.
Sands back in on the offensive side is kind of Axelson, who has 13 points, she's done a fair job on offense to be in the situational substitutions. 2 minutes left to play in the ball game. Central by 1. Strom, Bassert, high post Sands, back out to Aguirre. Left side, shot on the way. Ibanez misses. Rebound, Strom, rejected by Connor.
Well, that's a play to remember if CWC goes on to win this ball game, because that was taking away like a point-blank shot.
Big swat by Connor. Ramos runs through traffic, pulls it back out. 90 seconds to play in the ball game. Latu, pump fake, 17 off glass, no good. Connor battling for, ball is loose, out of bounds, Central basketball. Fortunate bounce on that one. Connor might have been over the back on the rebound on top of that.
You probably could say that about a few calls in this game.
Now they're gonna have to figure out, will they reset the clock to 20? Yep, they will put the shot clock back to 20 with 1:23 left.
And coach is saying why, because nobody had possession. I probably agree with him.
Connor on the free throw, three-point line, no good. Astorga falls to the ground battling with Bassert. It'll go out of bounds to the Lancers.
And there may have been a foul there.
That was kind of an early shot in the shot clock, I think, when you got it back to 20. I mean, she was open, but nonetheless, Eastern back on the attack with 1:12 remaining in the ball game. Three-pointer, Aguirre in and out, stays out.
It was really in and out.
And then Peyton Williams gets tied up. Central will keep the basketball with 1:04 remaining.
Ball taken away in the backcourt.
Aguirre, bucket, no, but she's fouled.
And that probably shouldn't have, I wouldn't have thought would have counted anyhow, because the foul was on the floor. But
Central has 16 turnovers.
It's a shooting foul.
16 turnovers in the second half,
after a pretty clean first half.
Yeah, 4 in the first half. As they're at at the 20 mark of turnovers, but yet still.
Was it Gary 1 of 2 before?
Did they not count?
No, it never went in. I don't believe it went in anyhow.
I thought it did, but Aguirre, free throw 1 is good, free throw 2 is good. Add a tie and a lead change and a timeout. 56.1 left showing on the fourth quarter Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard. Eastern 59, Central 58. We'll return after this on 88.1. Central out of timeouts. Eastern with 1. They'll get it to Latu. SC back to Astorga. Shot clock and game clock about 20 seconds there as Kai gets free. Fishes baseline, out for a 3 to SC, not gonna shoot it. Instead, Cotter baseline on the three-point line is gonna drop. 17 for Cotter, that's a new career high as a Rustler. Our 10th lead change of the ball game.
And CWC will get the ball back too.
Shot clock and game clock 10 seconds away. Nice floater, Aguirre on the baseline. Back the other way, Central. Shot clock has expired. Central has no timeouts. They've got to play it out. Final 20 seconds. Essie comes to get it. They're going to go 4 low and let her go one-on-one with Strom. Essie for 3 on the way. No good, not even close. Rebound, Axelson. Tie up. No, a foul will be called.
And even if it would have been a tie-up, it would have been Eastern basketball. And now you're going to have the other foul coming here. And they're going to be out of timeouts too now.
Yeah, Coach Anderson calling his final timeout. Eastern 61, Central 60, 9 seconds remaining in the ball game. 9.1. Other scores from around Region 9 North play. LCCC is drilling Sheridan right now, 66-49. Gillette is out in front of Northwest, 52-39. And in the fourth quarter in Rock Springs, 7 minutes left there. Western is within 5 of Casper. It's 51-46.
I can't figure that one out at all. It's not going to be an upset, but I still can't figure out how it's that close.
Western hanging around with a 17th ranked team in the country. Here you see Central trailing by 1, but they're on defense. And the ball will be advanced to the half-court line by Coach Anderson on the timeout.
And CWC cannot advance it to the half-court line if they get the ball out of bounds now.
And on top of that, they need 2 fouls to put him to the line. Get it inbounds, and Astorga quickly fouling Aguirre. It's one of those where you want to foul before they throw it in fact.
Except you really don't, because that's could be, before you throw it in, that could be an automatic trip to the line.
They'll get it to Aguirre. She'll be pushed from behind.
Oh, that's
by
pretty close
Astorga.
to
an intentional.
Yeah, when somebody's actually pushed and there's no play on the ball whatsoever, and that is what Coach Anderson is talking about right now.
He's got a case.
I think he does. We've had a lot of ball games where we could have used a case, but anyhow, that's a whole different deal.
So Astorga gets back-to-back fouls. She has 2.
What's Aguirre, 3 of 4 at the line?
Aguirre at the line, 77%. Today she is 3 of 4. Now 4 of 5. 2-point game, 7 seconds left, and if you're Coach Fearing, as that ball is no good.
They're already covering the ball, stolen away immediately.
Aguirre with a great heads-up play.
And that's after you missed the free throw.
Central had got the rebound, but they had it pilfered.
Now watch, this is so interesting. As she's shooting the free throw, watch, they're already covering, Essie defensively. Even though CWC doesn't have the ball, they're already covering her, which I thought is very interesting defense on the second free throw will be.
Aguirre back to the line, misses the front end. So at worst, it will be a 3-point game, but Central has to go full court with 4 seconds left. They will get the second. They'll find Essie. Essie has that ball kicked from behind. Ramos can't glove it, and it's over.
Boy, a bad ending to a good game for CWC.
11 lead changes, 6 ties in the ball game, and a very disappointed Rustler squad. They're going to put 0.3 seconds on the clock.
But it's going to be Eastern ball, so
and
it doesn't.
There's nothing coming out of this at all. You can't shoot with 0.3. A couple of Rustlers have
Somebody
to put
scored in a game today with 0.4 in a college game.
They'll throw it in, and that's how it ends. A second time, that's how it ends. A game effort by the CWC ladies as they come up short here today. History made as Essie Latu became the modern-day leading scorer for the Rustlers. She has 24 points she ends with today. Haley Cotter sets a new career high for herself with 17 points and 13 rebounds in the ball game. That might be her high water mark for rebounding as well. As a matter of fact, I still have her stats pulled up.
I think it's a high water mark just for the game she played,
13 rebounds against Casper College she had once as well. So she ties her career high in that, but great job by the Lady Rustlers. But again, they come up short. Final score tonight of 63-60, your final score from Rustler Jim on the Papa Murphy's fourth quarter scoreboard. We'll be back. Your Buckle Up for Life Wyoming postgame show will be real quick, a look at stats, and then we will take a look at the pregame for the men's game. Central versus Eastern men's basketball next. Again, your final Eastern escapes Central 63-60 on the fourth quarter Rustler scoreboard from Papa Murphy's Pizza. We'll be back after this. Final score on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard, 63-60 in favor of the Eastern Wyoming College Lancers as they come away with the W here this afternoon. That will put them at 7-3 in conference play, and they will go to 14-10 overall. They have now won 5 in a row. Central drops to 5-18 overall, 1-9 in the Region 9 North, and their one-game win streak will drop to a one-game losing streak. 63-60 is the final. 11.
And could there be a more painful loss than this, too, really?
Yeah, and, it's 11 lead changes, 6 ties in the ball game. Central had a 2-point lead at half, had a 6-point lead at the end of 3, expanded it to a 9-point lead, but then a 12-0 run by Eastern right after Essie had put the record-breaking free throw in to lead by 9. And then after that, it was 12 in a row by Eastern to take the lead. They would battle the lead back and forth a couple of different times, but in the end, Eastern wins it 63-60.
And it doesn't take anything away from the games of Latu and Cotter, but it just seems a bit more hollow when you don't win.
Unfortunately, for sure. Essie Latu leading the way today for the Rustlers, 24 points, 5 rebounds. Haley Cotter, 17 points, 13 rebounds. New
block
high
shots in there,
yeah,
steals,
an assist.
Yep, man, the player of the game, I would probably go for her despite Latu's great game.
Yeah, Kai Ramos added 9, Siona Astorga added 8, 2 points for Peyton Williams in the ball game. And I think this was kind of interesting as well, as Central had went from having to play everybody to a couple of players did not get in the basketball game today.
Yeah.
And, you go with a hot hand and what's working at the same time, but a couple of players didn't even get into the basketball game today. Eastern was led by Ane Aguirre. She had 22 points and 8 rebounds as she led the way.
And a steal at the very end that was as big as any play she made.
5 of 8 from the free throw line as well. Amelia Axelson added 13. Rayleigh Bassert 9, Ibanez 6, 2 points apiece for Wybera and Strom, 1 point for Treehub. Sands had 6 with 6 rebounds in the ballgame. Central ended up out rebounding the Lancers by my unofficial stats 43-33. Their stats had 40-36, so very close in that realm. Central, though, 17 second half turnovers after having just 4 in the first half. They end up with 21 for the ball game. Eastern with 13 turnovers. Central, again, I said 11 lead changes, 6 ties in the ball game. But the winners here today, Eastern Wyoming beating Central 63-60.
And they'll have to be having a huge sigh of relief in their locker room right now, knowing that they probably weren't the better team today, but I guess, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
You made the plays at the end when you had to make them, and CWC didn't.
They go to 7-3, and right now Sheridan's getting drilled, so that looks like Eastern will be solidified in third by themselves in the game, in the race after today, as LCCC up 19 with 4 minutes left to play in that ball game. Casper leading Western by 6 with 3 minutes left to play in that ball game. And the game is over in Northwest right now. I'll have to go back and find you the final score there. 64-47, Gillette gets the victory there, and that is pretty much, I think, expected, with the 21st ranked Pronghorns getting the victory.
Well, they looked as good as anybody we've seen in this gym.
Yeah, exactly, 64-47. So Gillette now will go to 9-1, and Northwest will drop to 2-8. Central will be on the road there as they play next. That is going to wrap us up on the Buckle Up for Life Wyoming post-game show for the men, or for the women. The men are next, if I can spit it out. Central versus Eastern men's basketball next on 88.1. getting ready for the CWC men taking on the Eastern Wyoming College men. This is the 19th meeting between these two teams. Central has a 15-3 advantage in the previous 18. They have won the last 3 in a row. Central won the first meeting 69-65 in overtime. It was tied 57 after overtime. James Wood scored 22 points. Both teams would hit 10 threes. Sam Tiley and also Alex Karras, is that his name? Alexander Karras. They would each score 15 to lead the Eastern Wyoming Lancers. Let's take a look at starting lineups, and let's do so for the home team. Well, actually, we're going to go with the visitors first because the home team has some changes in their starting lineups. Home team, visiting team, dressed in their road blacks with yellow numbers and the stripes down the side. They will start like this. Number 12 is a 6'2 sophomore from the St. Croix Virgin Islands. That is Earl Baker Jr. Number 20, their leading scorer, is Johnny Arvidsson. He is a 6'1 sophomore from Sweden. Arvidsson has scored 23 and 25 in his last 2 games in which Eastern has been victorious. Arvidsson, a 6'1 sophomore, as I mentioned, from Sweden, averaging 14 and 5. Number 22 is Sam Tiley. He is a 6'4 sophomore, averages 9 points, 5 rebounds out of Fort Collins High School in Colorado. Number 32 is Jeremy Jiba, the 6'4 sophomore from Salt Lake City East High School. Jiba, number 32. And number 44 is David Hook, the 6'6 sophomore from Sweden, averages 7 points, 4 rebounds per ball game, had a double-double, 10 points, 10 boards in the last game for this team. You will also see Carter Barish, Jordan Potts, Alex Karras, Nick Mirich, Carl Drama coming off of the bench for Coach Tim Moser in his second season as the head coach of the Eastern Wyoming Lancers. Again, they check in 12 and 12 overall, 2 and 7 in the Region 9 North, but they have won their last 2 in that battles there.
Two teams both very deep.
All of the women's games have now gone final, and we'll get to those throughout the ball game as they are giving the starting lineups. For Central, we know they'll start like this. Nice little handshake there by Eastern.
Shades of whom?
Yeah, Iggy as well, and doing the same thing there.
This is more of a lost one. Where's this person?
Number 0 is Darius Gwynn, the 6'7 sophomore from Portland, Oregon. Number 1, the 5'9 freshman out of Brown Deer, Wisconsin, is Jalen Gentry. Abdi Dahir has a little more higher hair today. Abdi, the 6'6 freshman from Portland. Number 10 is Anthony Mensah, a 6'8 sophomore from Toronto, Canada. And number 11, James Woods, the 6'1 sophomore, averaging 15 points and 4 rebounds per ball game. 38 points by James Woods the last time he was on the floor. And apparently, you have to score 50 to be the player of the week. James Woods put in a pretty good performance in 2 games last week. But Eric Oliver of LCCC got the National Player of the Week. He dumped in 51 against Northwest, had 51 of their 102 in that 102-90 W.
I wonder when the last time a Wyoming product has ever won that.
Eric Oliver from LCCC.
Previous to him, perhaps.
I was just about to say.
That's my point.
I believe I just told you, Eric Oliver.
This jalopy's off and rocking.
Which we got to do this, by the way. Tone Mensah steps into the midcourt circle against David Hook. And Hook and the Lancers will get first crack at it. Arvidsson, the 6'1 Swede, is their leading scorer.
Don't those uniforms remind you of the old Wyoming uniforms with when Fennis Demba was there with those vertical stripes?
Kind of a la
horizontal stripes, rather.
Jim Brandenburg era.
Yeah, Marquette actually is famous for those as well.
Arvidsson up top to Jiba. Pump fake by Hook, 5 to shoot. Hook from 15, left it short. Long rebound out to the 3-point line, comes to Darius Gwynn.
That took a bounce there first.
First crack at it by the Rustlers, dressed in their home whites. Gentry for 3, got it. Just kind of spun himself into position, and he lets it fly, and he drains it.
Interesting, Coach Schmidt has been singing this team's praises really most of the season, and now he's got to play them.
Baker might have drugged the pivot, no call. Tiley hands it back out to Hook. Arvidsson back to the basket over Gentry, falls off the other side. Tone Mensah the rebound.
You can call that a hook shot.
Was Arvidsson though. Not hook.
You probably should have called it that.
Gentry to James Woods. Long three. James Woods in and out, stays out. And the rebound by Baker. Well, that was a downtown shot by James Woods. Left side, three on the way by Hook. That hook shot no good, and another rebound, Darius Gwynn. Just underway on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard. Abdi Dahir back out to Gwynn. Darius working on Tiley, back to Dahir for three in the corner, left it short, and a rebound by Jiba.
Well, it seems a little cold coming out of the gate here.
Yeah, a little frigid. Central 1 for 3, Eastern 0 for 3 right now as Jordan Potts going to check in for Eastern. Barely 2 minutes into the ball game. Jiba steps back, steps up for the three. That one is left short. Good box out by Anthony Mensah as he saves it inbounds.
It was left short, but it was not cheated in height.
No, it had some arc on it. That one would have hit the roof at LCCC probably. Gwynn rejected but fouled. Pretty good block, it looked like, by Tiley. I think the foul's going to go on Jiba, and it does. Tiley looked like he had a pretty good block on that play, but that's going to send Darius Gwynn to the line. Darius, by the way, continues to add to his free throws made in his career. He's actually 37 shy of Iggy Hunt on the all-time. He has the single season mark as he's hit 149. Iggy's record was 136, but Darius adding to the 149. He is an 81% free throw shooter, and he adds another little history for the ladies earlier as Essie Latu became the modern-day leading scorer, surpassing Palani Tarawa. But the Central ladies came up short, 63-60 to
Potts
Eastern
now
Wyoming.
Potts now in, by the way. Double-figure score off the bench.
Potts out of Bothell, Washington, if I'm saying that correctly. Bothell. Potts has it, down 5-0. Tiley, left side. Baker travels with it as he drug his pivot foot. He's bewildered by the call, and the turnover is the first of the game on Eastern Wyoming. James Woods, by the way, is averaging 19 points a game in Region 9 play. He's averaging 15, normally 19 he's averaging in Region 9. Gentry, long three, got it. His second of the ball game.
CWC on the brink of a double-digit lead very early at 8-0.
4 minutes, not even 4 minutes, 3 minutes gone by on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard. Baker, Gwynn on him defensively. Left side to Tiley.
Lancers are a bit more of a grinder type team than some of these teams in Region 9.
Oh yeah, they are very deliberate as that three Potts at the top, no good, but a good rebound by Hook is an offensive board, and they will reload. Lancers 0 for 5 to start the game. Tiley back up top, Baker, back to Tiley, he's wide open for three. That one's an air ball.
I think he went for a 4.
James Woods the board. Darius pump fakes his three, takes off into the lane, shoots it up, contact, nothing called, battling, Nofty ends up with a rebound, puts it up and in, and a timeout called.
There's that double-digit lead early on.
10-0 Rustlers, almost 4 minutes gone by as Coach Tim Moser in his second season calling a timeout. Moser was an assistant at Colorado State University, had some ties to Eastern Wyoming, having been there and played there, I do believe, back in the day. Jacob Smith is tied with Bryce Kanda for the number 2 spot on the modern day three-pointers made. And they are at 103. Jake Woodruff had 110, so he's 7 shy of taking over the number 1 spot.
Well, I think when we say this about the modern day, people are wondering about this olden day being of James Naismith's time or something.
Back when they had to bring the ladder out to get the ball out of the hoop every time, as James Woods is going to foul Arvidsson. James will pick up his first.
Did you get Briscoe into the ball game, by the way? Or?
Rada Briscoe has checked in. Rada did not get the start today. The 6'9" sophomore from St. Petersburg, Florida, the modern-day leading shot blocker for Central.
Shot blocks were allowed back in that primeval day.
Arvidsson, nice dish. Tiley laid off glass and in. Good dish by Arvidsson. 10-2, Central out in front. Just underway here on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard. Gentry to Woods, now Gwynn, left side on the angle. Rada, back out to Darius, long three, good. Central 3 for 4 from three-point land in the early going. And they have a 13-2 lead. And speaking of threes, Jacob Smith will check in along with Dave Francois.
There's some instant offense off the bench.
Potts back to the basket, spins, turns for 8. Abdi Dahir the rebound. Coach wants him to run. Gentry 17 straight away, snaps the cords. Jalen Gentry 3 for 3 from the field. He's got 8 points, and the Rustlers with a 13-point advantage.
Remember, there was a stretch in the middle of the season where he seemed to be reluctant to shoot.
That has changed.
And for the better.
Arvidsson running in on Woods, lays it off glass and in. Jonathan Arvidsson, their leading scorer, his first bucket of the basketball game. Gillette and Northwest just underway. And then the big one that we'll keep track of will be Western and Casper, as they have not started yet. As that ball.
Gwynn, a nice kind of a leaner sort of shot just outside the paint falls.
Darius has 7 to go along with Gentry's 8. Central leading 17-4. Baker, Tiley double teamed in the corner. Gets himself stuck in that corner. Steps out of it, got it away, pump fake. Hook, 3 left, Baker, good. Earl Baker, the 3. Eastern likes to shoot the 3. They are 39% from three-point land.
That's a pretty good percentage, really.
And they have a couple of big three-point shooters on their team. Trying to find that on my list there. They have the number 1 and number 3. Potts is number 3. Carter Barish, who has not checked into the game yet. As Gentry, another 3, left that one short. Great box out by Potts, and ending up with it is Hook. Central now 3 of 5 from three-point land. Baker is going to be fouled on the way to the rack. Jalen Gentry will be the recipient of the foul. Jalen will pick up his first personal, and that will send Earl Baker to the line for a pair.
CWC.
Eastern,
oh, sorry.
Eastern 71% from the free throw line, same as Central, by the way. And Baker not close to that. He's only a 44% free throw shooter, but he gets the first.
CWC not about to, but now making wholesale changes. Jacob
Smith, Dave Francois, Trayton Paxton into the ball game, and also Coltham Kerr has
started
checked
much
in.
of the year.
Yes. Coltham Kerr out of Draper, Utah. Dave Francois out of Hollywood, Florida. Jacob Smith from Richmond, California. And Paxton right here from Riverton High School, as Baker's a 44% free throw shooter, and he snaps the cords on both. But he's not shot very many, 9 of 18 now, so he's 50%.
Alexander Karras comes into the ball game for Eastern on that same change.
Karras, by the way, a 6'4 sophomore, as Francois' 3 is an air ball. Rebound Arvidsson, and taking it and laying it in is David Hook. Cuts the lead back to 6, 17-11. There's a near steal by Hook as he knocked it off the official and then out of bounds. And it's going to stay Central basketball. Paxton hands it back to Jacob Smith. Jacob with the purple shoes on today. Briscoe, he is guarded by Drama, and then an offensive foul is going to be whistled. And it's going to be on Jacob Smith.
He doesn't agree with the foul. In fact, he's asking, what do I do as far as setting that pick?
Central 6 of 11, 55%, including 3 of 6 from the arc. Eastern 4 of 11, 1 of 5 from the arc. Each team with only one turnover here in the first 7.5 minutes of basketball. Also into the game, well, that's Karras, you mentioned him, sorry. He's going to be D'd up and fouled by Dave Francois. David will pick up his first. 4th team foul on Central. 1 whistled so far on the Lancers. Again, that Casper Western game going to be a big one, as they're about 2 minutes away from tipping off in that ball game. Up top, Drama, 3, no good. Briscoe way up for the rebound.
Well, they like that drive and dish, don't they?
And that is their MO for sure, is the drive and dish. Their women's team likes to do that as Jacob Smith for 3 at the top, knocks it down. 22-11.
Their modus operandi?
That would be it. Arvidsson. They are pretty good three-point shooters, but they like to use a lot of shot clock to get to that point. Baseline, Arvidsson working on Paxton, spins, pump fake, leaves it short. Briscoe will pull down the air ball. Central on the attack, Kerr to Paxton. Trayton scoots it over to Francois. That 3 looks a lot better. And he'll tally. 12-point Rustler advantage. That is their biggest. Arvidsson, actually, excuse me, that is not Arvidsson, it's Hook. Fade away, almost missed everything, and Francois, caught them. Kerr the rebound.
He overfaded.
Yeah, that one did not look good at all. Jacob Smith, the distance, missed it. He'll go to the ground. Ball is loose. Kerr's going to end up with it. 3 on the way, in and out, stays out. Coach Lavery was asking for a new play, and instead they fire the quick 3, and a quick 3 the other way. Potts will knock it down. Midway through the first half. 9-point Central lead, 4 new Rustlers. Check that.
Make it 5.
5 new Rustlers. Gonna check in next end ball. Smith hooks it into the crowd. Kind of split Kerr and Francois, and that'll be the second turnover. Gentry, DeHeer, Woods, Mencha, and Gwynn back in.
3 of those Easterners back into the game, too.
Tiley back in. Drama stays, so does Karras. Back in, Baker, and back in for the first time is Carter Barish, actually, first time. Barish, 89% free throw shooter. He is the #1 3-point percentage leader in the Region 9 at 49%.
He comes from the home of Utah State, Logan, Utah. We had a Utah State transfer here once upon a time, remember?
That James Johnson, was that his name?
No, it was that shooter that married the volleyball player from Syracuse.
3 on the way, Baker missed it. Gwynn will come away with a rebound. Didn't he hit a game winner against Eastern from 3 in that year? Essential.
I can't even remember his name, you're asking me that.
Almost turn it over. Gwynn goes underneath, shot is no good. Baker the rebound. 9-point Rustler lead. Tiley to Baker to Karras. And then a foul away from the basketball. Sam Tiley tying up with Jalen Gentry. Tiley's going to get the call and the foul, and we'll get the media timeout. 9:33 left to play, first half on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard. It is Central 23. It is Eastern 14. We'll be back after this media timeout on 88.1. 9:33 remaining. First half. Bless you, Red Evans. 23-14 Central the lead. Gillette and Northwest tied at 15. They have about 13 minutes left to play in that basketball game. As driving is Gwynn, and he will score it as two Lancers joust each other under the net.
You know, under two in a game like this, where the lead by a certain amount of points is really a bigger lead in a grinded out type of game.
Well, yeah, when the last one was 57-57, a 12-point lead is humongous. And then a foul away from the ball is going to be called on Abdi Dahir as he's D'ing up Sam Tiley underneath. .9:05 remaining first half. Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard, 25-14. Rustlers by 11, their biggest lead has been 12, and wide open on the inbound is Carl Drama.
Well, it took a while to get it in. They were pushing close to a 5 count, I thought there.
They have a 7-footer in Jonathan Hall, who hasn't played much as of late. Dahir is going to be bailed out. I think he got fouled late, maybe in the traveling area there. Drama's going to get the foul. I think Abdi might have got bailed out a little bit on that play, but he's going to go to the line as a result nonetheless. Central, 73% free throw shooting team, 20th in the country as Dahir hits that.
Hook will check in. What if he's the captain of the team?
He might be, and I'm not going to say it. 10-point Rustler lead, 8:49 left, first half. We will have Lindsey Fearing at the half of the game here as Abdi gets both. He's got 4. Rustlers back up. I've got a stray bucket somewhere, as I have it 27-18 for some reason. Throwing it almost away. 10 to shoot. Barish up top. Left side, Baker for 3 over Abdi. In and out, stays out. Tone Mensah the rebound. 3 rebounds for Anthony Mensah. He'll get the ball low block.
Boy, he probably had a chance if he would have pivoted.
Long 3, Darius got it. 6 of 10 from the arc for the Rustlers. 30-16, their biggest lead. And a turnover on the Lancers, their third.
I just threw it to Gentry.
To Gwynn for another 3. Darius Gwynn has 15 points in the first 12 minutes of the ball game, including 3 3-pointers. Central 7 of 11 from the arc early on. And they are taking care of business on the Lancers with 7:50 left to play in the first half.
You know, you're always looking around here lately to see if there's, you know, scouts from college teams or assistant coaches or somewhere along that food chain. And, well, if there's one here today, they'd probably be enjoying Darius Gwynn.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to thank Amanda Nikoloff and our new media class. Amanda's actually our director here today as she booted Morgan out. And Morgan's running a camera underneath the central hoop right now. Ryan Whitehurst and Tanner Hester on the other side manning that one. Jaden Whiteplume and Newmark Rika Franca are at the top of the gym. And as I mentioned, Morgan Vanetti is on camera number 4. But we thank our students for doing an excellent job of what you're seeing, watching this on Charter Cable Channel 189 and via RustlerAthletics.com.
And they really do a good job.
If only you and I could uphold the broadcast side of the equation.
As I put doo-doo into a sentence there.
Sheridan and LCCC have tipped off, as has Western and Casper, just underway in their venues. Gillette leading Northwest 17-16. Nice little jump through the lane, but missing. And a rebound is pulled down by Jalen Gentry. Central back on offense. Tone.
There was some contact through that run through the middle.
Kind of took a couple of steps through the middle of that pack after the contact as well. Darius, 15 first half points. Lob it down low to Mensah. Kicks it back to Woods, who's been fairly silent. His floater, I think he got hit on the elbow. He missed it badly. And the rebound pulled out of there by Karras. Baker back up top. Karras, now left side. Hook. Boy, two players fell down unrelated to each other. Stepping out for three, Karras got it.
Now Hook is saying, I got pushed down on that play. You were right in front of it. Why didn't you see that, you know?
Darius fell down behind him on the same exact time as they both hit the ground. Gentry is third three, no. And a rebound by Drama. Central cooling off. 7 of 12 from the arc, 58%. They hit 10 threes the last time they played. Baseline. Hook with it, leaning in on Mensah, left it up to the left hand and one. Nice job by Drama.
And you wonder if his chat with the official might have helped there, because we've seen more physical plays not be called.
Hook with the shot, good. Francois, Smith, and Briscoe in. Mensah, Woods, and I think we've got to have one more. Who came out? Abdi Dahir came out. David Hook from Sweden, 50% free throw shooter. Looks pretty darn good on that one, is nothing but net.
Well, it was voted all Fjord, you might remember, but.
Arvidsson back into the ball game. Arvidsson reminds me of a player with a similar name. I guess the name is what pointed it out at first. Corey Sigvardsson from Lusk, the guard that kind of beat Wind River that year that the Cougars were working on an undefeated 30-0 season. Ended up being 21-9 in third place that year.
Yeah, Lusk has ruined a couple of Wind River seasons through the years.
They're going to call Darius Gwynn on an offensive foul as he knocks Alexander Karras to the floor. That'll be number one on Darius. That'll be a third Central turnover.
Remember a Lusk State Championship Gals game with Wind River as well.
Yes. Long three that went in by the Tigers to beat Randy Roden's Lady Cougars. Randy Roden now the head coach at Kelly Walls. Arvidsson going down the lane is going to be fouled. Now the referees are going to confer on the low block. While they confer, I'll go.
Guess the heater upstairs is working overtime really hot, and I was talking to our assistant coach, and then I saw the official ask if they were going to be hotheads, and they said they were, so. Just so you know.
So, where do they go with this? Who do they put the foul on? Barish going to the line for one of the bonus.
We've got a zero.
That was
some time ago,
Darius. Who was that foul on?
And why isn't it up there?
Jacob Smith whistled for his second. Apparently they didn't put it on the board. Barish gets both.
And they cut the lead into single digits.
5:45 left to play. Darius steps back three. Off the mark, Arvidsson the rebound.
And you're right, the Russells have cooled off a bit here as of late.
Now 7 of 13, still shooting pretty darn good at 54%. Running through traffic is Karras. Flips it back out. Three-pointer, Jiba, air ball. Briscoe, the board is third. Jacob Smith across the timeline. Hooks it into the corner to Francois. He'll lose the dribble, scoots it back out to Gentry. He'll step back for a 15 that is an air ball himself. And it's picked up by Jiba. Barish outside three, Karras good. Boy, it's been a pretty good run by the Lancers after they were down 14. They've rattled off 10 straight, they're down by 4. Should be 6. Rattled off 8 straight, down by 6. I have an extra 2-pointer in there. Is that ball knocked away from behind?
That's the right call.
Foul late. Tiley will be his second one. Woods and here back in for Central. And back in is Hook. And Coming in for the first time is a Central product, Cheyenne product, Nick Mirich, who is just 6'5" sophomore.
I think he was from Central, wasn't he?
Cheyenne East, actually. Because his grandparents live in Torrington. Jacob Smith fading away 10, missed badly. Mirich will get the rebound. Central has cooled off shooting-wise. (33-27), a 6-point game, an 8-0 run as Rada boots that ball. Shot clock going back to 20. 4:15 remaining. Central led by 14 at the 8:01 mark.
What it does with Hook, a shooting post player, brings Briscoe out from underneath as a shot protector somewhat, or a rim protector.
Central led 33-19 at 8:01. Arvidsson running past Smith, lay it off glass and in. So 4-point game now. 4 minutes left to play in the first half.
Kind of looking at a Swedish connection in this game.
Hey, slow down!
Gentry gonna check in. Next ball, whistle, almost thrown away. Arvidsson actually ends up with it. Arvidsson floating, and he'll miss it.
Boy, that got hit on the back. I'm surprised that's not something said about that, but
Woods ends up with a rebound. Steps in, tries to float it to Briscoe, does finally as it bounces around.
yeah, it's a little helter-skelter offensively right now.
Abdi is going to get an offensive foul as he runs over Alex Karras. 5 turnovers on Central, second personal foul on Abdi Dahir, and a timeout Central with 3:21 remaining in the first half. This just a 30-second timeout. Casper and Western right now, it's 23rd ranked Casper at 14th ranked Western today. And Casper is out to, actually Western now leads.
Did it just say 10-4 a second ago?
It said 10-8, a 3 made it 11. So it's 11-10 Western out in front of Casper. Western did win the first time around between those two teams.
Those two gyms are probably the most alike, are Casper and Westerns.
Sheridan leading LCCC 13-8. And it is Gillette leading Northwest 28-24. 7 minutes left to play in that ball game. Finals from the ladies. LCCC beats Sheridan by 13. Gillette beats Northwest by 17. Casper beats Western, ended up by 9. It was a 5-point game with a minute left to play in that ball game. 3 minutes, 13 seconds left here, and a hand check by Briscoe. And that'll be number 1 on Briscoe as Hook went and jammed it. Jalen Gentry kind of took exception to that after the fact, as the foul was about 25 feet from the hole. Coltham Kerr is going to check in for Abdi Dahir. A 10-0 run by Eastern over the last 4:50 of the ball game. Now 11-0. Hook the free throw. Central hasn't scored since the 8:01 mark of the quarter, and they will watch Hook drop another one in. A 12-0 run in the last 5 minutes of basketball. After the 3 by Gwynn kind of had the place.
We look out of sorts offensively right now.
That 3 by Gwynn had the place rocking, and it's kind of rocked to sleep since then. Woods working on Barish, flips it to Kerr, back to Gentry, 10 to shoot. Darius checks the shot clock, gets a pick, dishes down low. Briscoe in and out of his hands. Barish takes it away. Up ahead, Arvidsson. He will score it. No, he will be fouled though.
Gwynn doesn't like the call, but I think that's the right call.
Minimal contact on the replay, but contact nonetheless. 2 on Darius now.
Yeah, we could be looking at a tie score of all things.
Arvidsson back at the line. Actually, his first trip to the line. He's a 75% free throw shooter. 13-0 run by the Lancers over 5 minutes and change.
Doesn't Mirich look taller than 6'5"? That they list him at.
Yeah, he actually does, now that you mention it. Baseline, Woods, and a foul underneath on Eastern is going to be whistled on David Hook. His first 6th team foul, nope, 5th team foul.
Hook will come out of the ball game. Drama back in. Noah changing it after Almerich will come out instead, as Hook started to go to the bench.
Woods triggers it inbounds to Gwynn. He had 15 points in about 13 minutes, but nobody has scored for Central in about...
Well, they could find Briscoe, who was wide open for a while underneath.
Almost 6 as Gentry, that ball's going to be knocked out of bounds off of Drama. It will stay Central basketball. Watching the replay, that is the right call as it bounced right off that left hand of Carl Drama. James Woods wants the ball.
And I think, yeah, they was taking their move before the ball was handed off.
And you could hear James Woods saying, give me the ball, because the referee hadn't handed it to him yet. Gwynn fakes, takes it around himself, and a foul on the baseline called by the far official up top is going to be on Karras. 6 team fouls, so no shots yet for the Rustlers. Woods going to get a timeout called. No, 5 count. 7 turnovers on the Rustlers. 2 minutes left. 14-0 run by the Lancers. It's covered 6 minutes off the clock. Central has not scored since the 8:01 mark. Arvidsson for the lead. In and out, no. Rebound, Briscoe.
But Arvidsson does make this team go, though, doesn't he?
That's a pretty good looking look that he had right there, too. Darius lob to Briscoe. He won't get the jam, but he will get the bucket. And Central,
they need the bucket.
Yeah, 6 minutes and about 20 seconds of drought that lets Eastern back in after a 14-point Central advantage. Baseline underneath, Skim, no, Kerr the board. Boy, Drama had a pretty good look. He was wide open under there, but he's
had a couple that he's kind of missed badly from.
Threw it up a little wildly. Woods a floating 10 is good.
He's getting longer on that. I'm still waiting for the 3-point leaner.
Drama. Outside 3, Hook, got it. And the Lancers have their first lead of the basketball game at 36-37.
We went under the screen against Hook, and he made us pay.
Actually, scratch that. They have come, they still trail by 1, 37-36 Central. I'm bad at math, apparently. Gentry, shot clock at 7, game clock at 19. Jalen gets jumped in a double team to Woods. Long 3 at the buzzer. War Woods magic, no.
And he had to shoot it, no question.
Hit them big ones against Gillette last Saturday. Arvidsson with 5, runs into Gwynn. And an offensive foul, of course it is. Darius Gwynn takes the charge. And Arvidsson, and you could see this on the instant replay, that was set up a long time as he ran down the lane.
So if you're Gwynn, you got to be careful because you're playing with the 2 personal fouls.
He set that one up, and he gets the call. 4th turnover, shot clock expired. Baker back into the ball game. Checks in for Carter Barish. 2.7 left. Gentry running, leaning, gets knocked to the floor. They'll call it. And Gentry will get 3 fouls. 3 foul shots to end the half.
Very smart play by Gentry as he somewhat initiated some of that contact.
So Jalen Gentry will go shoot. Hook is going to chat with the officials. He wants to chat with the officials. The official.
Yeah, I'm so happy about chatting with him.
Eastern wanted to go to the bench. Actually, they want to fill the lanes, does Baker, but
I would think I'd rather not, because I think it's a more uncomfortable free throw when there's nobody there, because it's not what you normally shoot.
well, and then they wanted to go to the locker room, and the official won't let him go to the locker room either, so. Gentry at the line as Hook still lobbying with the official. Jalen has 9 points now, makes the first. Jim gets quiet. Jalen takes his time. Fires up another. That is good. Hook standing over his shoulder basically at the three-point line says, make you aware of my presence. Quiet Jim again. Jalen gets all three, and Central takes a 4-point lead into the intermission. Wow, C-Dub went 6 minutes and 20 seconds without scoring after they had a 14-point lead. The game goes tied. They did not come away with the lead, did Eastern, and Central with a 40-36 lead at the intermission. Stay with us. The Expressway Lube halftime show is coming your way in a moment. We'll recap the first half real quick. We'll also have a chat with our head coach, Lindsey Fearing, of the women's side, as they played a game effort today, came up short 63-60. We'll talk with the coach. Your Expressway Lube halftime show is next on 88.1. We are at the half. This is your Expressway Lube halftime show on 88.1. Central out in front of Eastern Wyoming 40-34. And as I mentioned, Central did have a 14-point lead at the 8:01 mark. They go 6 minutes and 20 seconds without scoring, though. That 14-point lead evaporated. It was a 1-point game until Jalen Gentry gets 3 fouls at the end of the half with no time ticking off, and he makes all 3, and Central leads 40-36.
Okay, show us what the left is.
Leading the way, scoring right now, Darius Gwynn, 15 points in the first 13 minutes of the ball game. He has 3 rebounds. Jalen Gentry has 11, as Central hit 7 threes in the first half. At one point, they were 7 of 11. They end the half 7 of 14 from three-point land in the ball game. Also scoring is Abdi Dahir has 4, Jacob Smith has 3, Dave Francois has 3, James Woods has 2, Rada Briscoe has 2. Rada also has 4 rebounds. Central out-rebounded the Lancers 19-12. Leading the way for the Lancers, David Hook has 10. Alexander Karras has 6, Jonathan Arvidsson has 6, Earl Baker has 5, Jordan Potts has 3, Carl Drama and Carter Barish each have 2. Central victorious at the first half at the mark there, 40-36 is the score. They out-rebounded the Lancers 19-12. 2 ties in the ball game. Central had the first lead change. Central has committed 7 turnovers, 4 turnovers on the Lancers. Your Expressway Lube halftime show continues in a moment. We'll interview our women's head coach, Lindsey Fearing, after this timeout on 88.1. This is the Expressway Lube halftime show. Central out in front, 40-36. In a game earlier today, as we interview our head coach, Lindsey Fearing, it was the Lady Lancers of Eastern Wyoming as they come away with a W here today, 63-60. And Coach, we saw you after the game, and a tough one.
Yeah.
Obviously, a very tough one for your team here today to fall by 3 in that ball game.
Huge, huge, huge improvement from this group. 2 weeks ago, we ended up being down 35 at their place. To make that kind of a turnaround where we stayed with them the whole game, that's huge improvement. Huge, huge, huge improvement. That's what happens when we add a few of our kids, get a few of our kids back, Abby, Jade, and Sienna.
And it was similar, I guess, to kind of what happened in this first half of this game. You'd gotten up by 9. Essie hits the free throw, takes the all-time mark at that point. That 9-point lead kind of evaporated then over the course of the next 2 or 3 minutes. And it wasn't the undoing, because then you did get the lead back a couple of times after that. But just down the stretch, plays not happening, unfortunately.
Down the stretch, we were turning it over a lot. And I think it was that they looked tired, but they also were trying to watch to see what everyone else was going to do rather than continuing to make plays that we had made all game long.
And you had 4 turnovers in the first half and 17 in the second half, as amplified by what you just said.
You know, you talked about the improvement, granted, but it's got to be so disappointing, you know, because you knew you were the better team for 37 minutes, I think, today. And that has to just hurt, because we've talked so many times about, well, how tough a loss, and then you get one that's even tougher.
A loss like this is way better than what we've been losing, in my terms, in my head, because at least we had a chance, whereas all the other games we didn't have a chance.
As a player, when you played, was it tougher, though, for losing a close one than one was very close, that you guys won a whole lot of games, actually, when you were playing?
When I was playing, I would hate to lose. We never lost by more than, we didn't lose very much. But games where we're losing by 20, I hate that feeling. I really, really hate it. To know that we only had a couple of possessions of where we could have changed it, yeah, I hate that feeling too, but that's a few adjustments that we can make for the next game. You look at Eastern is on a 5-win streak, 5-game win streak, and who they've been playing, and they've been beating them pretty well. That means that we're making a little bit of a turnaround.
Absolutely.
I got one more too. The constant improvement of Haley Cotter has to be very encouraging, because it's not just that, oh, this is a good game. It's just that it's a steady improvement all the time.
That kid, the second half has been wonderful. As far as getting it done defensively, she had a double-double today. And then stepping up offensively as well. We told our kids we need a few more to start scoring, because we can't continue to have just Kai and Essie score. And we had that today. I mean, Kai scored. We had Haley. We had
Essie had a few.
Essie had a few, just a few. And Sienna came out.
Right.
She played really well today.
And, you know, Haley, 15 points, a new career high for her, for one. And how many does she have? 17? 17 points, new career high. Her previous was 15. 13 rebounds, tying her career high of rebounds. And like you said, just getting better. And then, not to take it away, it had been it's still sweet, but maybe would have a little bit sweeter with the W, the mark set by Essie Latu today, the modern-day leading scorer.
Yeah, that kid, I can't speak more about her, just what a type of person she is and just what she brings to the program. She's kind of our strength and our kryptonite at the same time. Had a couple chances where we could have took that game at the end, and she just didn't realize where we were at. She texted me probably a few minutes after the game and said, I am so sorry for that shot that I took. I'm going to learn from it. I'm going to make us better. And I didn't expect that. You don't expect that from kids, to take their fault or to, say, hey, I'm going to learn from this. I won't make this mistake again.
Did you talk much to the coach of Eastern after the ball game, if he had much to say to you?
He said, you guys played really, really well. Tough game, especially from how we played them at their place compared to this. Huge turnaround.
Nothing big surprises. I think maybe the score, the surprise that Casper ends up, I think, winning by 9 after it was a 5-point game with a minute left in that one. LCCC beat Sheridan pretty handily in that to move up the mark in that, as LCCC won 79-66. It was a much bigger lead. It was 20 points something in there. Gillette beating Northwest 64-47. So not huge big, but now on the road to Northwest. Talk about the Trappers, a game, woulda, coulda, shoulda here. Hopefully on the road with this improvement, come away with a W from up there.
Yeah, I think if we play the way we've been playing these last 2 games, we'll come out with a win, but we have to continue to grow from this. Our energy in practice, our will to want to keep learning and keep improving is there. Whereas, a lot of teams at this point in the season, it's, starting to dwindle.
Coach, appreciate you coming by. And good luck if your team that you're playing on, the club team, gets in the championship tomorrow.
Yeah, we got a game tomorrow at 10.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
It's head coach Lindsay Fearing. Her team coming up just short today by a count of 63-60. Stay with us. Another break on the way. We'll give you some scores from the men's games around Region 9. We'll do that next. This is Rustler Basketball on 88.1. At the intermission, it is Central 40. It is Eastern Wyoming 36. A couple of scores from around the Region 9 at the half in Powell. Northwest trailing Gillette. It is the Pronghorns 42. It is the Trappers 36. As Gillette is out in front of that. In Western, right now, Casper. 23rd ranked Casper leading 14th ranked Western. 2:45 left in that one. Casper by 8, 44-36.
2:45 left in the half.
What did I say? Game?
I think it just said 2:45 left.
2:45 left in the half, yes, in the first half. As Western is trailing by 8. And then LCCC leading Sheridan right now 44-38. And if Central hangs on and wins this and Sheridan drops that game to LCCC, that is a big one for the Rustlers in hosting a Region 9 play-in game.
I think that's what we're looking for now, is a host position, because I don't think we can catch those top 2 teams anymore.
Yeah, I don't think so either, even though Western does make a trip here to Central in the sophomore night end of the year extravaganza here on 88.1. Central will start the same five: Gwynn, Woods, Mensa, Dahir, and Gentry. Hook, Arvidsson, Tiley, Jiba, and Baker will start for the Lancers, dressed in their road blacks, yellow numbers. Gentry's going to take it the distance and bank it up and in.
Well, he started off scoring in the first half, you recall, so.
Isn't that the same play as Arvidsson's got a bloody nose? Arvidsson's going to check out with a bloody nose, or will, yeah, he will.
Yeah, they don't want to give up a timeout, which is surprising. I think we got away with one where we didn't have to use a timeout in one of those situations.
Barish will check in for him. And I think they ran that same exact play at the start of the second half of the Gillette game, if I'm not mistaken. Central up by 6. Their biggest lead has been 14. Baker, guarded by Woods, finds Barish. He's got Gentry on him in the man-to-man. Back to Hook, pump fakes on Mensa, dribble drive, fouled. And that will be number 2 on Anthony Mensa. First team foul of the second half. Barish will trigger the inbound underneath their own goal end to the right. Bounce. Tiley pushes it. Mensa was all over him.
It was everything but a hug there, I think.
Dahir ends up with it, and Coach Moser all over the official as he ran past on that exchange. Woods, baseline, cut off. Back to Dahir. Abdi gives the ball back up to Gwynn. Darius gets a pick at the three-point line. Back to Gentry, pump fake. Back to Darius for 3 on the way. No good, and rebound finally picked up by Barish.
Like tether ball out there for a bit.
Minute gone by in the second half. Central by 6. Hook runs past Mensa and will be fouled again by Mensa.
He got the step on him first there.
Second personal, actually third personal on Mensa as Rodabrisco will check back into the lineup for Central. Casper with a 5-point lead on Western. Now that's going to be cut to a 4-point lead with 1:12 left in the first half. Hook will be open for 3. He faked it, looked, and then shoots it and misses. And the rebound by Darius Gwynn. 4 rebounds for DG. Dahir wraps it down low to Gwynn, poked away from behind by Tiley, but Darius gathers it back in. Darius lobs it up to Gentry. 9 to shoot. Jalen moves his man, 15-footer, buries it. Kind of broke the ankles on Barish just a little bit. Gentry and Gentry with 15. He and Gwynn tied for game high at 15 apiece now. Central back up by 8.
This is typically James Woods' time as of late.
Tiley left side, Barish back to Tiley on the low block. Working in on Hook for 3. That one's off the mark. Dahir will clear another board. Coach wanted him to run in the first half. Now looking a little more half-court sets. 3, Gentry on the way. Got it. His third 3 of the evening. Gentry with 18, and the Rustlers now by 11. And I believe that is Jalen Gentry's career high as a Rustler.
And how similar the start of the second half is to the start of the first half.
Yeah, exactly, as the Rustlers bolted out to a big lead. And we'll take a quick timeout. We'll stay here. 17:31 remaining. Central back up by 11 now. Their biggest lead has been 14. 17, yeah, how about that? New career high for the point guard from Brown Deer, Wisconsin, Jalen Gentry, 18 points.
Like I said earlier, remember that stretch though where he was reluctant to shoot at all for like I think about 3 games that we had here?
Western running and gunning, nothing called on that play, and Casper's going to take a 3-point lead into the half.
That's going to break into play-by-play of another game.
Casper leading at half, 48-45. And LCCC leading Sheridan 50-45 at the half of that ball game. And as I said, Gillette leading Northwest 42-36 at the half of that game. The official coming over and talking with Jalen Gentry and the coach. And
Boy, LCCC has a chance to get another big game there for somebody if they're scoring 50 points at halftime.
yeah. Karras back into the contest for the Lancers. Baker goes left side, hook, bounce underneath. Tiley gets free and lays it up and in. 4 points for Sam Tiley. 47-38, 9-point Central advantage on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard. Gwynn, thanks to Expressway Lube for our halftime show. Buckle Up for Life Wyoming postgame show coming up as Briscoe, ball poked out of his hands as he went to throw it up top. Dahir to Woods, 8 on the shot clock. Woods hooks it back to Abdi for 3, left it short, almost wedged, out of bounds. It stays Central basketball. 8 of 17 from three-point land now for Central. Still pretty good shooting at 47% from the arc. Gentry out to Darius, spins, left it with a left hand, off glass is good. First bucket in a long time, and a quick timeout called by Coach Brad Schmidt. 16:35 remaining in the ball game on that Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard. 49-38 Central. Very quick timeout. We'll look at those other halftime scores in a moment. At the intermission, the other 3 games going on. LCCC leading Sheridan 50-45. Gillette leading Northwest 42-36. Casper leading Western at the break 48-45 in the 23 versus 14 battle going down in Rock Springs. Tiley back to the basket on Briscoe, kind of hooked, spins around, is partially blocked by Gwynn, but he got it to go anyway. Boy, Darius got a pretty good lick of that, it looked like, as he was playing help defense. Actually, he just missed it. It went around his arm.
And Tiley with their last couple of baskets.
49-40. Tiley has 6 points. Pump fake. Rada lost it, and it'll just go out of bounds.
He wanted to push it to the corner. I'm not sure if he saw the guy was covered and just had to do something with it.
Central for 8 turnovers in this ball game, as Arvidsson back in after getting a little cotton shoved in the snoot after he got a bloody nose a bit ago. Barish comes out. Baker runs the arc to the top. 3 on the way. Karras, nothing but net. Third three-pointer of the ball game by Alexander Karras, and it cuts the lead to 6. Smith and Francois, next dead ball will come in for the Rustlers. A lot of black and orange on one side of the court. Gentry's gonna run it over. Opti took a shot to the ear. He's okay, and he'll be blocked on the low block, and a foul on Karras will be the first first team foul on the Lancers. Second personal on Karras. James Woods out. Abdi Dahir out, Dave Francois in, Jacob Smith in, along with Gentry, Briscoe, and Gwynn. Lob went through the field goal of Tiley as Darius going to go to the lane. It's wedged, bodies fly. That is our second wedged basketball of the game.
Ever doing a double header where we had a wedge in each game and almost another wedge just before this. It's like golfing.
Double wedging.
that could be painful.
Great shot by Morgan Vanetti, our camera operator, has that ball wedged up underneath there, and our director, Amanda Nikoloff, right on the spot. Hook, 15-foot line. Back up top, Karras. Back to Hook. Left him open. He'll fire from 15, front of the iron, and Rada battles for it, but it ends up going into the hands of Darius Gwynn.
One of those plays maybe where you're too open, perhaps.
Well, I mean, better off probably shooting the 3 in more of his comfort zone than that 15-footer. Darius back out to Francois, and he's leveled. And another foul on Alex Karras as he comes out holding his arms out. Third personal on Karras, sorry.
So if you're going to miss on big money, right?
And Hook will come out. Carl Drama will check in. Carl, 6'8" sophomore out of Sweden, checking in for the 6'6" sophomore from Sweden.
Yeah, not the outside shooter that Hook is when he comes into the ball game, though. Right after Hook had missed a shot from the outside.
Jacob lights a 3 on the way, short. Drama the rebound.
That was on line. I thought he had it.
Central 8 of 18 after they were on fire from the arc early. Baker running past Smith on the baseline, lost the handle out of bounds. James Woods returning for the Rustlers. 14-18 remaining in the ball game, regulation time. On that Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard, Central leading 49-43. Jacob Smith has 1 3-pointer on the day as he needs 6 more to tie Jake Woodruff's 3-point high water mark in the era since bringing Central back. Woods on the low baseline. Counted, foul on Baker, who doesn't believe the call.
He probably doesn't believe the shot was made either, because in very close quarters, you know, he's able to muscle it up.
And I guess maybe that might be as much as what he was thinking as opposed to the foul call, but without putting words in his mouth, Woods has his,
which we both did,
second bucket of the game exactly. I'm going to err on that side, though. Woods, free throw percentage leader on the team, gets that one to drop. 5 points for James Woods. Central by 9, 14 minutes remaining in the ball game. A much different game than the last time, as Arvidsson's going to go baseline, shut off there. Tiley for 3, front of the iron. Arvidsson, though, an offensive rebound. He's in traffic down low, and he'll lose the handle, and it's taken away by Francois. Central back on the attack. Francois, Karras on him defensively, will not shoot the 3. James comes and gets it out of the hands of Francois. Barish is going to check in next dead ball for the Lancers as that ball got tipped and thrown away. Arvidsson ends up with it. Flips it to Karras for his 4th 3, no. And James Woods will go to and sky high for the rebound.
And despite his height, he rebounds very well, and he plays that inside game a lot more than you would think.
Jacob Smith, a pretty good jumper at 6'2" as well. High for those rebounds. Francois for 3. Nope, long rebound, Arvidsson. Driving Arvidsson, 6, got it. 8 points for Arvidsson, who averages 14, and he cuts the lead back to 7. Gonna see a whole slew of basketball players for both teams checking into the ball game on the next dead ball. Jacob Smith in traffic up top. Darius, pump fake, penetrates, lobs it to Mensah, makes space underneath, and is gonna be fouled by Carl Drama. And I think that was as much nice play by Mensah moving into the arms of Drama to get that call. And it'll send Anthony Mensah to the line. Anthony has yet to score in this ball game. 59% free throw shooter from Toronto, Canada. Cannot get first. Gentry, DeHeer, and Kerr in for the Rustlers. Staying in will be Woods and Mensah. Hook, Mirich, Barish, and also Potts in. Arvidsson stays, so 4 fresh Lancers, 3 fresh Rustlers.
Yeah, both teams use a lot of players.
7-point game, stays 7-point game as Barish gets the rebound. Mensah misses both. Arvidsson guarded by Woods. Hook fell down, gets back up, gets the basketball and hands it to Potts. Back to Mirich. Pump fake, three-pointer on the way, good. Just a 2, says the official, on the bucket by Nick Mirich. Cuts the lead, though, to 5 with 12 minutes remaining in the ballgame. Abdi hooks it back to Gentry. Wide open, Jalen on the way, short, and I think it should stay Central ball, and it does. Ball got slammed to the ground, looks by Hook, as he was battling with Dahir with it. Lob goes almost over the head of Mensah from Woods. Shot clock went down to 20. It's now at 12. Gentry back out to Woods near the midcourt circle. 10 to shoot. James floating, misses that one. And the rebound into the hands of Arvidsson. Arvidsson outside 3. Potts off glass is good.
Well, we knew when he left it, it wasn't going to go in, but the glass turned our heads around a bit.
Missed it so bad he made it. It's a 2-point ball game now, as Eastern has outscored the Rustlers 14-12 here in the second half. Woods, Mensah has position on Mirich, but they can't get him the entry pass. 10 seconds to shoot. Gentry back to Woods. James runs into it, an offensive foul as he runs into Barish. James Woods will get his second personal foul. Central now in double-digit turnovers at 10.
Nice job by Barish drawing the call.
Gwynn and Briscoe return for Central. 11 minutes left to play in the ball game. Eastern can take their first lead of the game with a 3 or tie it up for a third time. Hook, bounce Arvidsson, we're tied. Nice dish by Hook, and it's our third tie of the ball game. We're knotted up at 52 apiece.
It's so weird. We've been saying the largest lead a couple of times, and before you know it, we're saying tied.
Yeah, 14 was the biggest at the 8:20 mark. Briscoe gets free, jams it. I'm not sure how he doesn't get the foul from
That's what I was wondering, too.
Mirich. Coach wondering the same thing, as he got tagged upside the noggin on that. Even watching the replay, he got drilled pretty good. There's a 3 by Mirich. That one's out. Nobody home to rebound but Abdi Dahir. That might have been a little uncharacteristic of the Eastern MO of pretty quick shot with nobody underneath the rebound. Woods, 15-foot line, runs into Mirich. Scoop it up and score it. James Woods with 7, and the Rustler lead back to 4. We'll get a media timeout on the next stop in play as we're under the 10-minute mark from Rustler Gym. John Gabrielson alongside Joel Kindle bringing you Rustler basketball. Amanda Nikoloff in the new media classes. Mirich 3. Abdi, I think, thought that might have been goaltending, as Potts will knock down the triple. That was Abdi would have been better off just taking it.
I think you're right, though. Maybe did not see the hoop as much as the ball.
It's a 1-point game. 9:09 left. Long time without a stop in play in this one. Again, Gwynn pump fakes the 3. Good job by Mirich getting in his face, get it back out to him. Mirich back on him, and then he will put his hands all over him. That'll be team foul number 5 on the Lancers, and it's going to go against David Hook.
I thought it was Mirich, didn't you? I kind of had the...
Yeah, they're going to go the 3rd personal foul on Hook.
Give Hook another chance to converse with the officials, perhaps.
Yeah, no kidding. Media timeout, 8:56 remaining in the ball game on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard. Central by 1, 56-55. We'll play it out after this on 88.1. Glad to have you along for the ride on a Saturday afternoon. Another good crowd at Rustler Gymnasium here today, watching the Lancers and the Rustlers. The Lancer ladies defeating Central earlier today, 63-60. They're now 7-3 on the season. Central dropping to 1-9. Other men's games, they have just tipped off the second half at Western, with Casper a 3-point advantage in that ball game. Gillette leading the Trappers of Northwest. 13 minutes left in that one. It's a 2-point game. Pronghorns leading the Trappers 59-57. That would be a big boost to Central if Northwest could pull off that one. And LCCC leading Sheridan by 3 as they are 2.5 minutes into the second half of that basketball game. We have 8:49 left to play in this one. 10 on the shot clock. Gentry looking for a pick on Barish. 7 to shoot. Gentry's going to take it to the rack. He'll flip it out to Abdi. Pump fake and a foul underneath on, they call a foul?
Was that a 3-second or? It was a very pronounced signal.
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like the elbow, like a forearm on a foul.
It was a 3-second, I guess.
Nothing called. Turnover number 11 on Central. Nonetheless, Barish down low. Drama spins with a left hand over Briscoe and a foul on Briscoe.
And I think the way Drama's been shooting, I wouldn't have even bothered maybe trying to defend it that much because he's had a rough time so far.
Drama, by the way, an 81% free throw shooter. He has hit 25 of his 31 on the season.
That seems odd because he's missed several shots somewhat badly in this game.
Free throw is short. He'll have another.
Can you think of another team called the Lancers ever?
No.
I think the first group to attack the Alamo were called Lancers, but that's I mean, seriously, I think it was.
1 of 2 by Drama, and he ties this up for a 4th time in the ball game. We've been tied 4 times, but Eastern has never led in this contest. I thought they did once, and I said they did once.
That was at the 37-36 when
yes,
they weren't leading, wasn't it?
Exactly where it was, and there was not a lead. It was still Central's advantage. Central will break the full court pressure. We're tied at 56 with 8 minutes left in the ball game. Down to the low block, Briscoe working in on Tiley. Spins right, pushes it up with the right hand. It'll drop. Boy, it didn't look like it was going to be close when he let it go, but it gets a good kind bounce and falls in. Francois will check in. Next dead ball for the Rustlers as Hook has it. Barish for 3. He's their leading 3-point shooter. He misses that one. And the rebound pulled down by Darius Gwynn.
Almost a steal in the backcourt.
Woods for 3, no good. Gwynn another rebound, puts it up and in.
Great position by Gwynn there to get that put back so easily, really.
19 for Darius and a 4-point advantage. And it's been biggest lead, it shrinks. Then it's tied, and then Central expands it back out
but
again.
Not back and forth.
Tiley off glass is good on the low block underneath.
He's had a good second half.
6 of his 8 coming in this final
My point exactly.
13 minutes of this second half. The first 13 minutes, I guess, of it. Back to a 2-point game, 7 remaining. Central down the stretch.
Got to play in a scramble zone out there right now.
Nice dish to Abdi. He'll get it missed, but he'll get his own rebound. Going to the floor, and a heads-up play by Barish to get the timeout.
I'm surprised he wasn't laying on the line there when he called it, but kind of like that near pin.
Looked like his shoulder ended up on the line right at the end of it, but I think the
like
timeout
that near
as
pin I was saying, where you're not quite down there all the way. And
the near fall. Quick timeout. Chance to look around the rest of the league. LCCC by 1 over Sheridan, 16 left in that one. Casper and Western are now tied at 53 with 16 left in that ball game. Western won the first one in overtime at Casper. Gillette has opened up a 9-point lead on the Trappers now with 10:25 left. It's 69-60. This is a much higher scoring game than the last time around. They were tied at 57 at the end of regulation at the overtime game. in Torrington, in which Central won 69-65 in an extra 5 minutes. So a little more scoring here at the Central venue.
I should be efforting that Lancers nickname for me, but no.
I've got other things to do. Baseline, Arvidsson bodying in, shoots a high arcer that's good, and we are tied again.
And he makes them go, he just does. He's there's a little bit of everything for him.
Yeah, he's out of the St. Croix, he's out of Sweden.
Just think about how good he'd be with both nostrils in operation.
Yeah, he's using one now as Gentry fires a three. Got it! Fourth three of the ball game for Jalen Gentry. Arvidsson runs into Woods, baseline hook, pump fake up top. Tiley for three and a run by Gwynn, and a rebound though by Barish.
Well, Hook has given up some opportunities actually, but
Tiley gets free and lays another one in. He's got 10, 8 of it in the second half.
I was about to say that.
Up top, Gwynn, 5.5 remaining, a 1-point Central lead. Gwynn left open on the pick, can't knock it down, and it's touched by Francois out of bounds.
Well, that thing sure rattled around the rim, didn't it, before it went?
The Lancers. Rada Briscoe out. Potts is out, so is Barish, as Karras and Baker back in. Mensah back in for the Rustlers for Rada Briscoe. Abdi Dahir is out as well. Arvidsson working on Woods. Underneath Tiley, pump fake, Karras missed it. Rebound tipped into the hands of Mensah. That would have given them their first lead of the basketball game.
Well, what an opportunity. Just, I guess it's not in the cards for them to ever lead,
no.
Perhaps.
Darius running, scooping, and we'll go to the line. Nice tough take by Gwynn, as the foul is going to be on Sam Tiley. That'll be his third personal foul, and Darius back to the line. Gwynn 2 for 2. Central 8 of 10 from the free throw line. Lancers are 10 of 11. Gwynn free throw good.
Very interested to see where he goes from here, because you're not going to be able to get too many guards of his size. You know, that's going to be a huge factor, I think, for somebody.
Second good, and Central back up by 3, 65-62.
That's not taking anything away from Smith or Woods, because I think they're both destined for future careers in basketball as well as guards.
Nice underneath. Tiley again. Tiley is having a good scoring half, but he's been the recipient of a lot of assists as well.
Sure, I mentioned that. Then you're just piling on my knowledge there.
That's what I do. Francois shovels it to Gwynn. Hook on him defensively. Shot clock down to 15. Gwynn to Gentry. Another three on the way. Jalen, air ball. Saved by Mensah off the foot of Hook, and it'll be Central basketball.
That's played by Mensah.
Very heads-up play by Mensah. Mountain View has taken the Lander Tiger boys to overtime. They are 50-50 at the end of regulation in the 3A ranks. Tigers ranked second in the state after they got beat by
They've been ranked second for a while,
right,
actually. But
then had a tough game against Worland as that ball knocked away as the shot clock ran down. Central with their 12th turnover. Eastern with their first chance at the lead in the ball game after being tied 5 separate times. Central even had a 14-point lead at one point late in the first half, I guess midway through the first half. Baker, Tiley, baseline low side, runs past his man, scoop, misses, and fouled. Abdi Dahir with his third personal foul. And that's going to send Sam Tiley to the line. 75% free throw shooter out of Fort Collins High School.
So it was Mountain View playing Lander, is that who you had?
Yes.
So say if they ever consolidate those two schools, Mountain View and Lyman, they would be a power in pretty much any class.
Tiley has 13. 65 apiece. They went overtime last time they played. Tiley to give the Lancers their first lead of the game, and does.
The final score that first time was 69-65 in overtime.
The Lancers their first lead. You can hear Coach Schmidt when he put Jacob Smith in, said, and Rada Briscoe said, this is the lineup we rolled with at their place at this stretch. As Gentry burns it into the front court to Woods. James floats down with a left hand to that right hand on the left side, and he scores it again.
And Woods was their leading scorer when they played that first time with 20 points. Do not have Gentry racking up the points in that game like he has in this one.
3 in the corner, no good. Hook tried to tap it out of there, can't. Gentry ends up with it.
Probably a smart player, just none of the Lancers in that area.
8 of 25, 32% are the Lancers from 3. They are normally 39%. Woods floater blocked out of there by Tiley.
And that's something you don't see very often.
And then Karras will lay it up and take the lead back.
Wow, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty too with 2:48 to go.
Lead change number 3, 68-67 Lancers. 2:40 remaining. Gentry to Gwynn. Darius, reached by Tiley, leans in on Tiley, scores on Tiley.
They may have talked to him a bit too.
Timeout.
I'm going to ask the coach after the game about his MO when he calls the timeouts after the made basket so often, which is his thing.
You'll forget, but unless you write it down.
It's written down already.
Okay, good. 2:31 remaining, 69-68, 4 lead changes, 6 ties. Central out in front by 1 with 2.5 remaining. We'll take a break. I'll update you on some other scores when we come back on 88.1. .231 remaining in the second half of this one on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard. Central 69, Eastern 68. Other games, Gillette has opened up a 15-point lead now on the Trappers in Northwest. 6:41 left in that ball game. Gillette leading by 15. And LCCC now trailing Sheridan 64-59.
Oh, that turned in a hurry.
And then at Rock Springs, Casper with a 2-point advantage with 14 minutes left in that one. And that one actually is now tied at 60 apiece in that ball game. 2:20 again, as I mentioned here. Eastern trailing by 1. They have the basketball. Tiley up top to Hook. Hooks it back to Barish, back to Hook. Rada on him. Baseline.
See, Hook has had some shots that he's turned down, and then he'll take this one.
And it clangs it off the back of the iron. It's tipped up into the air by Eastern. They will get the offensive board with 2 minutes left. Arvidsson back to Tiley. Drives. He's going to be fouled on the floor. Oh, they're going to call a foul on Hook. Coming in, setting the pick. That wasn't much as he bodied into Gwynn watching it, but Hook is going to get the call, his 4th. Now they say only 3, but they had him for 3 a little while ago. Because I only had him for 2. They showed 3. I give him 3. Now this would be his 4th, but it's only his 3rd.
Take stuff off for good behavior.
Time served or something. I had him for 4 also, as Coach Lavery had him for 4. Unless they had a scoring error earlier and have corrected it. 12 on the shot clock. Gentry gets hung up at the 15-foot line. 90 seconds to play. Gwynn in Hook, right-hand shot.
Number 4.
And that could be number 4.
Also, Karras has to be a bit careful too, as he kind of pounded Rusty in the head there on our end panel.
Gwynn going back to the line with a 1-point advantage. Darius 4 for 4 from the stripe, now 5 of 5.
Oh, he had 12 in the first time these two teams met.
He has 24 now.
Yeah, so you got the Gentry-Gwynn thing has changed. Of course, it's a higher scoring game, too.
He had 27 for a career high against Gillette. 24, he's matched his season high. And now he cannot add to that, unfortunately, as Tiley goes high for the rebound.
Probably our two closest games in one day that we've had this year.
Baseline, Arvidsson with a right hand somehow gathers it, shovels it, and scores it. Watch this as he comes down, and I couldn't get this replay going fast enough, but it just kind of swiveled it in his hand and shoveled it back up. Arvidsson with 14 now, and we are tied for a 7th time in the ball game.
He's more valuable just than the 14 points, because he directs that team so well.
Casper has opened up a 7-point lead on Western.
Right after Western had caught them.
Right,
huh?
It was 60-60, and now with 12 minutes left in that ball game, Casper leads by 7. Gillette has a 19-point lead on the Trappers, just inside of 4 minutes left to play at Northwest. And then it is Sheridan kind of pulling away from LCCC. Now they lead by 7, now 8, with 10:23 remaining in that ball game.
Jim, very reminiscent of ours.
Yes.
Kind of like the Rustler Dome.
5:25 remaining in the second half. Central and Eastern tied at 70 apiece, 1:11 left on the Papa Murphy's Pizza scoreboard.
There's something we didn't talk about, we did talk about it off air, is their assistant coach is the same for both men's and women's. And on the bench in the men's game is the women's head coach, Anderson, as well.
These are also their athletic director, as well as Central at 18 on the shot clock. Woods to Gentry, back to James, high post. Gwynn floats in, lays it up and in.
Using his height advantage very well.
And Central another quick timeout after the make. And Central maintains the lead with 50.4 seconds remaining in the ball game.
I think Coach Smith's a little wound.
From time to time, he has the propensity to be high energy. I tell you what, though, I have really liked Coach Schmidt from the get-go. I was actually, I don't know if I can say this or not, on the hiring committee, and he just impressed me from the beginning of everything and gets the job, and I am still impressed. And he and Coach Lavery I've become very good friends with over the last couple of
That's
years.
Not what they've said.
At least I'll live in my own little world of that, exactly, but have really enjoyed those two coaches.
And it's away from basketball as well that we like about them, you know, so.
72-70 Rustlers, 51 seconds remain. Your Buckle Up for Life Wyoming postgame show coming up in just moments. Arvidsson has finally got the bleeding to stop. He can breathe out of both nostrils now.
It reminded me of that term they use for this snow count, the snottle.
The snowtell.
Oh, that's what it is?
51 seconds left. 2-point game. Central will get the basketball back, theoretically, by the time clock. Shot clock, so to speak. Arvidsson won't shoot the three. Hook might have walked with it. Jump stop into the paint, throws it back up top. Arvidsson.
Wildly to a couple of players.
I thought Hook walked with it, so did a lot of the crowd and the coaching staff. Arvidsson back to Hook, 8 to shoot. Hook behind the back, floats wide open, tightly. He lost it, gathers it, misses again. And then Briscoe the rebound. Boy, Tiley wide open, missed them both. And Briscoe came away with a rebound. Not just wide open on the first, but on the putback as well.
And Hook will foul out now as they need to make the foul there, so he'll be gone.
That might be his third foul of the game.
Seventh, one or the other.
As far as those have gone, as David Hook will check out. 10 points, 3 rebounds for David Hook today.
Boy, dodging a bullet though, but man, that's a 2-point blankers, and really wasn't defense on him in either one.
Yeah, I don't know which one was more open, the first opportunity or the second opportunity. But Darius Gwynn back to the line. Nobody shot more in a single season than this guy to tie his career high, and does. Chance to break his career high, but a timeout first. 17 seconds remain. Central by 3. Still a one-possession game. Shot clock expired. We'll come back, shoot the free throw, and play it out after this on Rustler Radio. Thank you to Expressway Lube for our halftime show and Papa Murphy's Pizza for our scoreboard. And our post-game brought to you by Buckle Up for Life, Wyoming.
You know, if you're Eastern, do you have two different plans in here that you went to that timeout? Hey, if he misses, we do this. If it's a make, we need to do this.
Well, they're out of timeouts, so they had to plan something ahead of the game for sure. Lander and Mountain View 2.4 seconds from going into double overtime at 57 apiece. Gwynn for his career high 28th point, yes. New career high for Darius Gwynn. It's a two-possession game.
Boy, making up used time in the backcourt as well.
Yeah, great job. And then a foul by Woods, as they don't want him to shoot a three. They'll take their chances putting them at the line for the 2.
Was that just the 6th foul there, though?
Yes. Good call. As James Woods. So that was a good call for the foul because it ran clock and doesn't put them at the line. Gentry to Arvidsson. He'll run down, flip it up. Briscoe made him redirected, and now a foul. Boy, Brada Briscoe skying high for that one. As Mirich got the offensive rebound, but his shot was no good. Briscoe the board. Jacob Smith ends up getting fouled with 2.2 left. Rustlers we're going to go to 6-4 on the season now.
Yeah, and the bus back to Eastern is going to be a lot of what ifs in a lot of foreign languages.
Touche, good call. Jacob, free throw, good. Jacob Smith, just his 4th point of the ball game. Makes it 75-70. Second on the way, good as well. And Arvidsson will take it. He's not even going to do anything with it. And that ball game is over. Interesting finish to this one for the Rustlers as they go 76-60 to get the win. They are now 6-4 overall. Eastern's 2-game win streak halted as they drop now to 2-8. On the basketball season, they shake hands in front of us. But
it seems like a lot of respect between the two teams as they go by.
Central with the W today, 76-70, as they pull out the W here today. New career highs for both Jalen Gentry and Darius Gwynn. Jalen's previous was 17. Darius's previous was 27. He set last year against Gillette. He goes for 28 today. So 49 points between number 0 and number 1 here this afternoon.
That's a lot of numbers for not a lot of numbers.
They were the only 2 in double figures as well, as Central wins it. 76-70 is your final. Your Buckle Up for Life Wyoming postgame show is coming up next. We'll have an interview with the head coach, Brad Schmidt. We'll also give you the scores from the other games going on in Region 9 basketball, as we will hit the Buckle Up for Life Wyoming postgame show here next. Your final, once again, a split for the Rustlers. The women fall 63-60 to Eastern Wyoming. The men winning 76-70. Buckle Up for Life Wyoming postgame show is next. This is Rustler Basketball on 88.1. This is your Buckle Up for Life Wyoming postgame show. Final score here tonight. Central winning at 76-70. The ladies fell, unfortunately, 63-60 for a split on the day. They have gone final in Powell, where Gillette has gotten the victory. They beat Northwest 90-74. Gillette now 7-3. Northwest dropping to 1-9. Now behind Eastern Wyoming for that 8th spot in there. Central with a win, 76-70. Central is now 6-4. Eastern Wyoming dropping to 2-8 on the season. The other games that are going on right now, Sheridan leading LCCC 80-72. They still have 6.5 minutes left to play in that ball game. And then the big ranked battle right now with 7 minutes left. They still have 7 minutes left in that one down in Rock Springs. Casper leading by 10, 79-69. Casper a 10-point lead with 7 minutes left to play in the ball game. Taking a look at final stats in this one, again, Central would lead at the break 40-36. They led by 14 at the 8:01 mark, but over the next 6:20, it was 14 straight points by the Lancers to tie the game up, and then Central ended up taking a 4-point lead into the intermission. They outscore the Lancers 36-30 in the second half. Excuse me, 36-34 in the second half, and get the win 76-70. Darius Gwynn, 28 points, 7 rebounds tonight, a new career high in points for DG. Jalen Gentry, new career high for him with 21. He also had 2 rebounds. Abdi Tahir, 4 points, 5 rebounds. James Woods, 9 points, 3 boards. Jacob Smith, 5 points. Anthony Mensah, 5 rebounds. Gerardo Briscoe, 6 points, 6 boards off the bench today. Dave Francois had 3, and that was the scoring for Central as they get 76-70 over the Lancers of Eastern Wyoming. They had 4 in double figures, led by Jonathan Arvidsson and Sam Tiley, 14 points apiece. David Hook had 10. Alexander Karras had 11 as he hit 3 triples in the basketball game. And Central, 15 of 18 from the line, 83%. That'll raise their average. And the Lancers, 12 of 13, 92%. That will definitely raise their average here today. Unofficially, Central out-rebounding the Lancers 34-27. Central did have 12 turnovers to just 7 unofficially for the Lancers. Central shooting 49% for the game, 38% from the arc. The Lancers would shoot 42% from the field, 31% from the arc. Central shot very well from the arc in the early going of the basketball game. That cooled off, but they managed it down the stretch, and Central wins it 76-70, your final score. This is the Buckle Up for Life Wyoming postgame show. The head coach joining us next, Brad Schmidt, after his team with a 6-point win here next on 88.1. Final score here tonight from Rustler Gym as C-Dub wins it 76-70. Central now 6-4. Eastern Wyoming dropping to 2-8. Gillette has beaten Northwest 90-74. And the other games still going on. A lot of time left. 5 minutes left in Rock Springs. Casper is leading Western by 8 in that game. They still have 5 minutes left to play there. And Sheridan has opened up an 8-point lead on LCCC. 4.5 minutes left to play in that ball game. The head coach is with us, Brad Schmidt. And let's talk this game first, Coach. Congratulations on a gutty win, because I mean, you knew that's how this game was going to be played given the opponent you had out there.
It's crazy that we've I'm 4-0 fortunately against those guys in my career, and 2 overtime games, 2 nail biters here at home, and it's just they are just a relentless group of guys, and the fact that we had them down, I think 16 or 17 in the first half, 14, and then they went on a 14-0 run. I'm pretty sure. I think it was 33-19, and then it was tied at 33. We come out in the second half, boom, blitz them again, get up 11. Next thing you know, it's a 1-2 tie game. It's just that group of kids, and Coach Mosier especially, because the team's an identity of their coach. He does a great job.
Got the W here today. Darius, new career high, 28. Jalen, new career high, 21. You had a little adversity with starting a different lineup and different kids stepping up. Yeah,
I mean, Jalen's been pretty good since we've gotten to region. And he was big time tonight, considering we only had 2 guys in double figures, which, they did an outstanding job taking Woods out of the game. When he's only getting up 10 shots, and they did, their game plan was sound, and luckily Jalen and Darius balled out for us.
It's so rare to see one of James's floaters be blocked, and we saw one today, which, the oddity of it all is pretty amazing in itself, because he feeds on those.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, he can go right, he can go left, he can shoot it off 1 foot, 2 foot, and he's just, he's an elite player, and Coach Mosier was talking to me about him before the game. He thinks that he would probably take James over anybody in the region just because of his toughness and his ability to score from 3 levels. And, when you look at it today, Synergy tweeted out earlier this morning, James is the 3rd most efficient point per possession player in all of Region 9, and that includes the North and the South. For a 2-guard to be able to do that, it shows how good of a player he is.
Well, and I looked into Region 9 scoring, and he's averaging 19 a game in Region 9 right now.
Where's that sit him at? Do you know?
I didn't look at the overall Region 9.
The Region 9 website doesn't have a Cume stats for conference?
It might. I don't know. We'll have to look into that. But he's averaging 15 overall on the season, but then just showing you how well he's been playing in Region 9.
He's elevated his play second semester 100%, and so is Gentry. And that's those 2 guys since the semesters ended have been awesome for us. And then all those other guys, man, it's just so hard to find consistency. And luckily we have a ton of depth where we don't have to worry about that. But man, it's it's hard to find the right lineup on certain nights, and luckily just those 2 guys really carried us tonight.
Now you're a coach that does look ahead somewhat. Now they're getting down towards this end. This could be the team you could end up playing even in the first round, isn't it?
I hope not.
But
I don't care who we play right now, Joel, as long as we're playing on our home floor.
Right.
And that's
9-2 now here, I think. Right?
Yeah, and that's all my messages to the guys right now is, hey man, we got to try to finish in the top 4. And unfortunately, every team that's in the top 5 right now is going to keep winning. And I hope next Saturday is kind of that swing game. That's, hey, now we're going to be in 4th, but we got to go on the road on Wednesday and play a very good Northwest team that has been outstanding at home, and and same thing, we aren't as good on the road, and I hope we can elevate our play come Wednesday night.
Gillette got them by 16 at Northwest today, so hopefully that trend might continue as they've been playing pretty well on their home court, but not today.
Coach, I see you typically call your timeouts after a make, and I see that more with you than anybody else, and I mean, it's even in earlier parts of the game. And what is the reason for that? Because I sometimes think that at that point you've got some momentum after a make, but
well, it's a combination of things. I like calling it after we made a basket. It's because we kind of have the momentum over taking it when they're on a run, and then, hey, we're going to call a timeout. Now they're all juiced up, which I had to do one of those in the second half. And then some of it is I have certain players that fall down every time they get to the basket, so I don't like playing 4-on-5 defensively. So, that was one particular reason I called one tonight. I just didn't want them to have a 5-on-4 possession and us scrambling and giving up a 3 or something. And a lot of times I like doing it for that reason, is to set our defense, talk about, hey, let's have some urgency to get a stop here and go from there.
I see that at the end of the game. I see you do it sometimes earlier than I would see a lot of coaches do it. So that answered my question. It just proved again you're smarter than I am.
I wouldn't say that, Joel.
Sheridan's up 8, 2:20 left to play. That will keep them at 6-4, and the tiebreaker you hold right now, but you still have to host them here in a week. Casper and Western right now, that's a battle, and it's going to be a battle forever, as it's 87, now 86. It's a 1-point game, 2.5 left, with Casper a 1-point advantage in that one. And I guess, woulda, coulda, you can't worry about anything, I guess, but what you're doing, and lets things take care of itself anyway.
The games that we've played up to this point in the season are over. What everybody else has done is going to be in the books come tonight, and we control our own destiny. It's just, as I told you guys on the radio the other day, man, I mean, this league is insanely good. The fact that we won 5 league games last year and tied in the 4-5 spot, and we have 6 right now, and if we don't take care of business, we could end up in the 6th spot. I mean, it's just crazy to think. And I mean, hopefully we keep playing well.
And 5 more wins overall than last year as well.
Yeah, we're having a good year, but I mean, we got a long ways to go, and I hope we can peak over the next couple weeks.
Last thing.
We sound like a broken record sometimes to say how important this game is each time out. And we look at it, and it's really true. That's kind of crazy, but it really is true, despite how often we say it.
Oh, it's crazy, man. I mean, it's just, I want a night off, and you don't get one. You just do not get one, and it's.
You could do that and have Lavery coach again like you did last year with your night off.
Let's just not have the precipitating reasoning why he got the night off happen there. Coach, congratulations on the dub. We'll talk with you again as you get ready to hit the road to Northwest on Wednesday.
Appreciate it. Thanks,
right,
guys.
You bet. It's head coach Brad Schmidt of the CW Rustlers. His team victorious again tonight as we get the handshakes around. 76-70. Eastern defeating our ladies, though, by a final count of 63-60. We are going to send this off into the night, as this has been our Buckle Up for Life Wyoming postgame show. Joel, final thoughts on the split here today?
I think we had the 2 most exciting combo of games we've had all year long. Tough break for the gals. I'm going to say they were the better team for like 37, 36 minutes of that game, but end up on the short end. A very tough loss for them, though they showed much improvement. For the guys, I don't know if it's a must-win or not, but it's a win they really did need after a tough, not a very good game really against Western at Western.
One more time, a big thanks to Amanda Nikoloff up there at the top of the gym, as her class of the new media degree doing a great job of putting the sights and sounds, except for
They really do.
Put our ugly carcasses on. That's why we're radio guys. But final count again tonight. Eastern women winning 63-60. Central winning 76-70. And we'll be back again a week from today when we take on Sheridan's Generals here on 88.1. This has been your Buckle Up for Life Wyoming postgame show on 88.1.